Yo, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to another stream. What are we doing? How's everyone going? I see you, Steve, calling me a pony. The music sounds like the ice cream is here. Oh, look. Final Fantasy 11 was on the 360, like Chille is saying. It was an Xbox game before Xbox said that it was too harmful to Xbox fans and they decided to not continue. I'm too quiet? No. I'm not quiet, am I? I can't be quiet. Hey, Sunrush. How's it going, Susano, Talos, Steve, my Gears hater? Hey, Rabby. Oh, it's going to be an interesting day today. God damn it, Base Diggy. I am bashing Xbox. I mean, I'm telling some heartfelt truths, but I'm not bashing Xbox. Happy birthday, Rabby. Here's to many, many more. Here's to many more awesome birthdays. Ooh, how lucky am I? My coffee has just arrived. His blood is blood. Wait. Are you talking about Chille's blood being pure blue? Oh god, this is actually jet black. You wasn't joking. Hey, my review of Concord says different. What, me sing? No, I don't sing. I don't do singing. I do say happy birthday, but no singing from me. Not when I've been awake for like 10 minutes. I know, I'm Arthur, what is going on? What is happening? So, has everyone had enough time to process the whole Xbox situation? The whole disastrous? Or has everyone come round to the 7 stages of grief like many I've seen today and now are in the acceptance phase of what's going on? Black coffee is nasty. God damn it, Steve. I can't believe you're saying that in Discord today. It's a good thing no one believed you. Damn, man. No, Chille, they did not. Stop it, Steve. And you guys are calling me a pony. My dude is going around spreading propaganda. My dude's propaganda is literally all over the place. And you guys are saying I'm the one that's doing shit. Yo, Chille, check out your Discord, please. Kick out Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella. They're making billions. They won't be kicked out. They're doing exactly what their shareholders want them to do. But if I was Phil, I probably would. I would probably. I don't know. If I need the money, I would stay around. But if I don't, I would probably step down. Everything he's built is not doing great. Mate, if I don't think Indiana Jones is a big game, right? But it will not hold the scale of Starfield. I think that is what the internet is waiting for. That is what the internet is waiting for. I mean, it's always been a business, but now it's a business that requires them to recover $70 billion. It looks like they're no longer playing the long game, they're playing the short game, and they want quick returns rather than the long game of long returns. That's what that interview basically said. Right? That is what that's what that interview basically said. That there's just so much to unravel in what was said there. If Phil does leave, you can bet your bottom bucks that the Xbox goes with him and everything goes third party. I think he's pretty much the only one keeping the glue together at the moment. And my dude is fighting for his dear life. And everyone is still hating on Phil Spencer. Steve, I asked you for an Asus ROG Ally X. You're talking about 70 billion, and you can't even send me something that's like less than a grand. Oi, oi. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Let me just mute the other stream that I was watching so I don't get confused.
You're gonna mute me? How dare you?
No, my friend is progging 3S.
Oh, nice.
So.
Nice.
Hey, Devin. I'm not going to be here all night, but hi, chat.
Nah,
Hope
that's
everyone's
cool.
doing well.
How have you been, my friend?
I'm not bad, thank you. How are you doing?
I need to sleep more.
I got to do an article, but the issue is I've not been inspired on how to write it, and I was asked to do it, and then they're like, we'll give you some assets for the article. And that was Monday.
Can you say what it's about? Not what what the game is, but can you say what it's based around?
Oh no, it's the Final Fantasy 14 thing.
And what the topic is?
They won a graphics comparison of characters before the update and now.
Oh, I see. Now, if you're talking
They've
about
got a
betrayal,
They've got
sabotage, subterfuge, stabs in the back, this would have been the perfect inspirational stream for you. No, I'm only kidding. Chat. I'm only kidding.
But they're like, basically they wanted, because there's a community post they want posted about, and they're like, we'll send you pictures of player characters and stuff like that have posted in the community thread that we'll give you permission to use. But then they're like, oh, but we're away at Gamescom now, so we might respond. Okay, thanks. So no, I'm just waiting for that before I write anything.
Just send them a piece of paper that says Xbox bad, and it'll get a nominee.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I send that, then if I write on Xbox, the is and bad might be censored.
That is actually true. that is true. The censorship.
That's not a jab at it's not a jab at Xbox itself, but the fact that the Xbox version of 14 for some reason is heavily censored.
I don't think they're gonna fix it.
I mean, it's Microsoft to fix it, right? It's not them.
No, I know. That's why I said I don't think Microsoft's going to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't think they care enough to fix it.
Yeah.
But the over-censored words... Like, chat, everyone's heard of the word raid, right? You've got raids in the First Ascendant. You've got raids in WoW. You've got raids in Destiny. I mean, it's a common term, right? You've all heard of the word raid.
Yeah. You got Raid Shadow Legend. Sorry.
Right. I mean, even that one. But everyone here has heard of the word raids. They know what a raid is, right? Yes, no? Give me a 1 for yes, 2 for no. Anything? Any signal that people are alive in this chat and not waiting for the end of times?
Really? Steve said nope.
I know. My dude's a rebel. Ever since he heard about Indiana Jones, that was it. My dude just timed out. He tapped out. So if you take the word R away, it spells a specific word that I'm not going to say online. Yeah. But because those 3 words are
let's just say
are there,
it's the word that could also mean assistant.
Right. But because those words
That's
are
all
there.
We're going to say.
Yeah, but because those words are there, it's a combination of those words. What actually appears is R question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. And even if you're actually in battle, those skill sets that are coming out, those moves that the boss is preparing, you can't see it if the words actually match one of the deep level censored words on the Xbox system. So you'll be seeing a bunch of question marks everywhere. And it's got nothing to do with Square Enix. It's just an overly censored police network of Xbox doing its thing like it always does. It's crazy. Hey, Paul.
So I might not be able to insult the Xbox on the Xbox version of 14 because it'll just ban everything I say.
As if you'd play it on the Xbox. You don't have an Xbox.
Maybe I want the extra 30 days free, okay? Yeah, because for anyone that doesn't know, if you do play Final Fantasy 14, if you buy a new version of the game, you get the 30 days added extra. So...
Do you see, Steve? You see? You say I speak like a sponsored NVIDIA spokesperson. So what's this guy speaking like?
Chille, being a PlayStation fan, was the last PlayStation exclusive you bought? I think the last one I bought was... Well, okay. I'm not going to count Helldivers because technically it's not a PlayStation owned title. I did buy Helldivers. I guess God of War?
Wait, you didn't buy Concord?
Shock! No, I haven't.
I mean, I've got Concord.
Yeah, but you didn't buy Concord.
It doesn't matter. It still infected my machine.
70 people on Steam bought Concord, okay? And you're one of them.
I didn't buy... Hey, I wasn't on Steam.
Okay, fine.
I was the 4 people on PlayStation that had it. Dude, early access and it took 2 minutes per game to get in. Can you imagine early access when the game is supposed to be buzzing with pre-orders and it was taking me up to 2 minutes to get in?
Clearly it's because they had too many people and the servers were breaking because of the amount of Nah,
Even the hit detection was off. Even hit detection, I was shooting them point blank straight ahead of me, and it wasn't doing any hit markers at all.
Yeah, that's because the servers were so full, as Venture said.
So what you're saying is they anticipated for 10 people to be online and they had 11?
Yeah. They peaked at 12 and they were like, oh my god, we can't handle this. Look, I can't defend it, Steve, because Concord is why we didn't get Spider-Man online and Last of Us online, so I can't defend it because...
Cesaro, if anyone ever did that... My hero.
I want my Spider-Man online, okay?
That would be my hero.
But yeah, supposedly the game has 8 years of development as well, which is crazy. What did they do for the 8 years? I hate to be mean with that sentence, but like, what did they do for 8 years?
Chaos is more of a... Dude, I think I've got more PlayStation exclusives than all the ponies out there. Or at least
Probably.
Most of them. I think Blood was the first game Bloodborne that came out.
Bloodborne, yeah.
I think that's one of the only ones I don't have.
I have Demon's Souls as well.
Oh wait,
both the original and the remaster.
Was it Demon's Souls or Bloodborne that came out on the PS5? It was
Demon's Souls came
right?
out on PS5.
Yeah, so that's the one I don't have.
Everyone wants Bloodborne on the PS5.
Right. Demon's Souls is the one I don't have.
Yeah. I have the PS3 Demon's Souls and I have the PS5 Demon's Souls. Yeah, Bloodborne was PS4, which I also own.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, whoever was saying why haven't I got a new reel? We got a new reel. See? Told you it was coming. Put lots of work and effort into making it get right today. Well, I've been literally sleeping between 2 and about 3 hours a night, every night. And catching a few hours here and there. It's been an interesting week. Hey, Paul, I'm telling you, this year, end of year was, if Concord gets nominated for Game of the Year,
it might get nominated for Multiplayer of the Year.
No way!
I mean...
Pac-Man and Mrs. Pac-Man would probably have a better chance, and that didn't even come out this year.
That's what I said. Name how many multiplayer games came out this year.
That's actually a good question. You know what? Final Fantasy 14 can count as a multiplayer. It did come out this year.
Yeah, but it didn't come out this year.
It did on Xbox.
Yeah, but they're not going to count that.
Hey, look, they counted Cyberpunk 2077, didn't they?
True. Yeah. But that's Cyberpunk. People like that to make that sound really good. Like, it's going to be in the top 5 for multiplayer. It's not going to win. Marvel will come out too late. Marvel comes out in December, so that won't count.
What was the question that Rebby asked? I can't see it.
So
I don't see it.
You shouldn't. What shouldn't even exist? You're talking about Marvel Rivals? I'm sorry, but Marvel Rivals looks amazing. Yeah, Call of Duty is probably going to get Multiplayer of the Year.
I mean, if Satya is throwing Phil under the bus time and time again, why is that Phil's fault? If anyone else was there, they would be getting thrown under the bus as well. There is nothing they could actually do. Hey, Punkalicious. But no, I decided to do like a mini review while I was streaming, and no one told me my audio was a bit loud yesterday while I was streaming. Clearly, no one wanted to listen to me. They were so captivated by the Concord gameplay. It was brilliant, by the way. That kill-death ratio was to die for. But that being said,
I don't know if it was you or not, but I remember one stream I came in and someone had been streaming for hours without audio until I pointed out that the game had not got audio.
No, that wasn't me. Mine was way too loud. I mean, if you watch my kind of impressions review that I gave of it, because it hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed from the actual beta is that the weapons have gotten weaker. The actual time to kill has gotten longer.
Oh, so they've listened to Overwatch.
And so they've put an even more emphasis on team play. So if you're
that's good.
But if
also bad.
It's kind of bad because it doesn't give you, in a game like that where you've got no ultimates, you can't, if you go up against two people, you are 100% dead. There's no way that you are going to beat them. You can, a 1v1 is all you can do.
Game, so it's also a good idea to promote teamwork. So
you can promote teamwork,
but that's why it's also bad because people don't work together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's a bit of a conundrum that they're in, because the gunplay is good, but the gunplay I expect it to be good because, it is the Bungie team doing it. The Bungie team, not the Temu team working at Bungie right now. The Fisher Price team.
Yeah.
The OG
Bungie.
Yeah, the OG Bungie is working on this, and you can tell because it feels like you're playing Destiny. Even the characters that you're using feel like you're playing Destiny. But if I want to play Destiny, I will go and play Destiny, right?
Yeah.
And that's the game's problem. It has no identity. It has no characteristics. It's almost like they just took Crucible out and said, right, we're going to make this our own game. And that doesn't work. And there's like 3 maps in the whole game. 3 maps!
Which they were planning to do anyway, right?
At some point, yeah, but 3 maps? And someone yesterday said, well, the game's just come out. And I don't care. Yeah, you're competing with games that have established themselves. You need to be ready for that.
And also, they had 8 years to make 3 maps.
But you know what, Chille?
They must have been using the rich. What?
Making games is hard.
It is, but still.
If it's too hard, get another job. I'm sick of that excuse. And it is an excuse.
But did they have like 2 people working on maps for 8 years?
No, they had a hamster just turning the wheel to keep the lights on for about 5 of them. It was pretty much BioWare and Anthem all over again. They couldn't decide what they wanted the game to be for 6 years, and then the last 2 years, they're like, oh shit, we actually do have to make a game, so we probably should do something.
The issue with Anthem, though, is it looked like it had a vision.
It did.
Like, there was something there.
Straight down the toilet. No, just kidding. I liked Anthem.
I mean, I did too. It was a good game.
It was a very good game. It's actually one of my favorite games. The flying in that game is unparalleled.
It was basically, you want to be Iron Man. Here you go.
Rabbit, I don't always see all the questions that come across. So if I'm not answering, it's because I don't see it. By the way,
where's the Pony Showcase? Sony doesn't really go to Gamescom.
Alex made the DC guy video I predicted. It came out today. Worth a watch. Oh, I'll check it out. Your question was about firing Phil Spencer, and I'm saying there's no need to fire him. If he goes, Xbox goes. The dude's doing a good job. Why does a game need...
There's not much he can do.
He's a puppet master now. Well, not puppet master, he's the puppet. Why does a game need 5-6 years to make? Why not 1 and 2? Because they try to keep pushing it, they try to keep pushing technology forward, and that adds development time. Motion capturing, all of this is going to add to the development time. I'm hoping AI will actually assist with this and reduce the time, because the problem is everyone is crying about, consoles this and consoles that. But when you've got one game coming out every 2 generations of a console, what's the point of a console? At that point, you skip a console and get the next one, right? Like, can you imagine Steve having to wait 15, 20 years for a Gears of War? He'll be down Coalition,
I mean,
knocking that door down, building it himself.
Bethesda's doing that with Elder Scrolls. Skyrim was going to be like 15 years, or at least 20 years, right, between them, right?
Yeah.
By the time we get the next Elder Scrolls.
That's what I was saying, Rabbi. It's not Phil's fault. Anyone that comes in Phil's place after this is going to have the same thing done to them. So it's just a case of he's the right man for the right job to make sure things continue as smooth sailing as they can be. But Susanna, I did like your idea about that anime, waifu themed gaming rig. Someone should definitely get me one of those.
They should make it. You know what? Microsoft likes making controllers, right? Yeah. It's one of their things. They don't like selling consoles, but they love making controllers.
Do you know why?
Why don't we have an anime waifu controller yet?
I know, right? I would definitely buy it. But do you know why they make controllers?
Why?
Like, genuinely, do you know why they push controllers so hard?
Because they work on everything?
No.
I guess? No? Okay, why?
To subsidize the reduction that they sell the consoles.
Ah, okay.
That is actually the reason why they do it. They push accessories harder, really hard, because a lot of people like the controllers and little accessories that you can get. So the money that you pay for those subsidize the deficit that the console brings in every time they sell. So it keeps them afloat in profit when they sell a console.
Well, they're unlucky with me. I buy them every so often. Once my controller dies is when I buy a new one.
I bought the Starfield one. Look, if they release those cheeky controllers, I'd buy both of them.
But what if they make a booby version with the waifus instead?
I'm going to go broke. It's really that simple. I go broke. Because Phil is in this position because he screwed up. He's like Walt after he screwed up. All right, so did he screw up? That's the question. The only thing that you can picture here that may or may not have been his decision is the decision to purchase Activision Blizzard King. Now, Microsoft obviously wanted King. That was the end game, right? They wanted King because they wanted that dirty microtransaction money. Now, it was clear to me from early on that this deal would go through I didn't expect to see the FTC to still be going on with their ambition. And if if Trump wins, that case is going to go out the window. So maybe Microsoft will get some form of relief if that happens. Otherwise, this case with the FTC is going to go on for at least another year or two. But
a generation.
it could do, because the courts have said that they don't want to make a decision. They've openly come out and said, we do not want to make a decision on this case. They don't want to make the wrong decision. None of them is prepared to do it. Neither the Ninth District Court or the Court of Appeal. Don't you know it? But 70 billion was always going to have a shakeup. And a lot of people, and including myself, I said it quite early on, that this could be problematic for Microsoft if they go down this route, if they buy this. And even after the purchase, hindsight, it was clear that the biggest mistake they made was picking up Activision, because that has caused them to dramatically change direction in how they go about it. And now, instead of playing the long game, which is what everyone expected, and that's what normally you expect when you spend an enormous amount of money, because you're not expected to turn that money around in the short term. We all heard, did you guys watch the interview where he turned around and said, we're a business, we've been blessed with all this money coming from, the parent company, but we need to start giving it back. That means that the shareholders aren't prepared to wait anymore They want a quick return, which means Satya wants a quick return, which means Phil has to get that money to them one way or another. Now, the Indiana Jones thing, in my opinion, is slightly different. I think it's a bit of a slap in the face to the way it was handled. I think it was bad the way it was brought out to people. Like I said, I knew about it, and I did say it in my Discord on the 18th, like 2 days before. But I didn't expect it to come out like that. They could have done it in like a blog post. They could have handled it in so many different ways. But to put it out in that fashion was just wrong. That said, though, what that tells you is that the contract between Disney and Microsoft is not a great one. They did renegotiate it. Renegotiating doesn't mean that it's a great contract. But I'm guessing somewhere along the line, when they did a risk analysis, they've realized that the risk is too great to rely on the Xbox ecosystem alone to sell enough copies of the game for Disney. I keep calling it Marvel, but for Disney to get their royalties and to be paid off. I think it was Chille that told me Spider-Man 3 had like a 400 million penalty if they didn't actually meet it.
It's about it's about 450 million, right?
So yeah, we're talking about $500 million penalty if they don't sell enough copies to give them the money that the royalties that they agreed upon within the agreed allotted time that Disney requested. It's clear that they just didn't believe that the Xbox ecosystem could do it. And therefore, they've decided that they're going to push it out.
Now, we don't know, by the way, no idea how much they would... there's probably going to be a penalty for Indiana Jones, but I don't think it'd be anywhere near Spider-Man level.
No, but whatever it is...
But still, it's still going to be a number.
Yeah, and the point I'm making probably still stands.
Yeah. Would you say about 150 to 200 million?
I'd say more like 250.
I think it's fair.
I'd say about 250 is fair. 2 to 250. Indy is still a beloved franchise with Harrison Ford.
But yes, as people were saying it by no politics in chat, please. I know we made a reference, but please. I saw people complaining about politics earlier.
What politics?
I think I just know I saw Arthur One mentioning it, that someone was talking about some politics. So I just want to confirm that, please, no.
Yeah. If I made any reference in my monologue, it wasn't intentional.
You dropped the T word.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I was just in full swing talking.
Yeah. So just.
That's the real danger, right? That's the real danger.
What's the real danger?
If Xbox was to ever leave the gaming industry as a hardware manufacturer, game prices are going to shoot up straight away because there's no competition.
Yeah. Wow. I wouldn't say straight away, but a lot faster than they are.
They're already looking at trying to push it to 80.
Yeah. That's it. I expect it to go up, but not like the people seem to make it sound like it'll go to like 120 like overnight. They still have like.
I think certain companies will try. If Microsoft today said, right, we're done, GTA will probably be anywhere between 120 to 150 pound.
Yeah, easily. But as an overall price, I don't think it would go up. Like, there will be some companies that will push it. Activision. Potentially Activision. Maybe...
Oh, no.
Ubisoft. Ubisoft will push it up. Ubisoft will push. Ubisoft games will become, like...
They're already 130 quid. 20 quid.
Yeah.
For the full game. They're already 120. But that's why I think Indiana Jones went. I just think that the way they announced it was really, really stupid. and giving it to Jeff Keighley to announce was even worse. Like, he's like the super pony out there. You could see the glee on his face. You could see it.
Games at 100 would kill the gaming scene as piracy would become... Yes, piracy, at least on PC. Piracy would go insane with games going up. The console, of course. It would probably see more people trying to do game sharing.
I don't think they're bowing out. I mean, if you listen to what Phil said, let me get the video up. All right, let me get the video up because it's important to listen to what he's saying and what he's not saying.
Yeah. People are not doing that. People are just guessing at what he says. They're not actually paying attention.
Yeah.
And that's the problem people have. That's why people were shocked about the Starfield and Indiana Jones stuff. Yeah. Because he said 4 games.
He said it wasn't part of the 4 games. Right?
Yeah.
So what's the...
All right. Let's bring this up because it's important. It's important to understand what he's actually... I think it was like the minute mark. All right. Yeah, he looks constipated here, so it's probably around here. Let's see.
Just amazing in what we're able to go do. So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible?
Yep,
our platform announcement, obviously last spring.
When this approach happens to other titles. Circle as...
Okay, here we go.
How this connects back to Xbox's perspective on how and when this approach happens to other titles.
I mean, I'll start just saying Machine Games is doing such a nice job with that game. I thought it showed really well. And that's the most important thing is quality of the games, teams that are getting support that can go build the game. And it was just nice. The long gameplay segment that they had, I thought was fantastic. Going to the PlayStation announcement, obviously last spring, we launched 4 games, 2 of them on the Switch, 4 of them on PlayStation, and we said we're going to learn. We said we'd watch, and I think it showcased.
So that's instantly covered the point that the social media aspect is saying, where they've been posting pictures. So he's instantly answered that one within this comment. He's a very good wordsmith. Make no mistake of that. So he's paying attention to what's going around, but he is answering the fake news that is out there. But let's continue.
Case I might have said from our learning, we're going to do more. What
at the IGN presentation at the after the Xbox with the interview he had with McCaffrey when McCaffrey turned around and said, "So what's the plan?" And he goes, "More games are going to go." And McCaffrey's face went solid white, like as if he saw a ghost. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Yeah. He did say then that more games would go, and he's now reaffirming that I did say that.
What I see when I look is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So I look at it and I say, okay, our players...
See, when he says our console players is the highest it's ever been, that bit there is a little deceitful because he's combining the original Xbox One and the Series consoles together. That's the only way you're going to get that because the 360 had a higher player base.
What did he say again? Exactly.
When I look, is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So
Xbox console players. So that could, if people are still playing on the 360, theoretically that would still count those players as well. So that statement there is a nothing burger.
Yeah, that's at any console.
Yeah. So he's kind of...
Now, if he also said Xbox player base, he could also consider PC if he hadn't added the word console.
Yeah, but he's not just referring to the series consoles there. I think the 360 is a bit too far-fetched, but at least the Xbox One, because people are still using their Xbox One as a cloud machine to play these next-generation games via Xbox Cloud. Via xCloud. So they're still doing that. But anyway, let's continue.
Look at it and I
combine PS4 and PS5. Yeah, same with this.
Jen, I'm not saying Sony wasn't deceitful either. Sony was deceitful.
Yeah, they're both deceitful.
Both of them are playing
they're
with
both-
words.
Yeah, they're both wordsmiths.
Yeah, they're both fuddling the numbers to make it look better than it is to their investors and stuff. But the reality is, I think the 360 sold like 70 million consoles.
Yeah.
That's 70 million players minimum. And if some households have multiple children playing the games, you're looking at 100 million, right? So the Series X and S is not going to compare with that with 30 million, unless you're saying every household of that owns an Xbox is like mine and has 4 kids playing the consoles. That's unrealistic. Anyway, let's continue.
Say, okay, our player numbers are going up for the console platform. Our franchises are as strong as they've ever been, and we run a business.
I'm pretty sure he's referring to Starfield there, because it is doing really, really well, and Sea of Thieves. That sold over 1 million copies on PlayStation. I was genuinely surprised with that one, considering how much PlayStation fans bashed that game, ridiculed that game. It just goes to show you that social media, the X platform, is such a small echo chamber of what the real world is, that what you see there is just 5 people constantly bashing on the same thing or laughing at the same thing, memeing at the same thing. The overall, X isn't the overall landscape. I'll get back to that question in just a second, Paul. It's a very, very good question, and I'm going to get back to that.
It's definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that's just amazing in what we're able to go do.
There it is. That statement there basically said, hey, we got a lot of support within Xbox, especially with these 2 acquisitions, where there's an expectation of delivery now, and we kind of have to deliver. That's where the strategy inside Microsoft has changed. Because before that point, previous, it was a long game. It was always a case of that 70 billion would be recovered in time. That's changed. It's gone from long term to short term. And now there's an expectation to deliver a lot more, a lot quicker. And I'm guessing part of the catalyst is seeing how Activision games have been propelling Xbox to new heights, and they want to see Xbox's, the ZeniMax studios performing the same, bringing in even more money. Because even with ZeniMax and Xbox were combined in their stats with a 3% increase. Activision Blizzard King were separated for whatever reason. Microsoft done that, but they did, bringing in 61%. So Xbox Game Studios, all of those studios combined with ZeniMax was a 3% increase. I'm guessing that the shareholders said, right, can you see that 61%? We want the other side to be doing something similar as well. And we don't really care how you do it, but we like money. And so we want you to do it. And we don't want you to do it in 10 years. We want you to do it in 3.
So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible?
Money is good.
Exactly. But that's all the shareholder cares about, right? A shareholder doesn't care about the game.
And that's all they really should care about, though, to be honest. Like, people seem to make it feel like they should care more. No, that's their job to make money.
This is something that I've mentioned a few times on stream, but when Anthem 2 was being pitched, the pitch actually went to the shareholders, right? For a new Dragon Age game, which is what you're seeing now, Mass Effect game, and Anthem 2. And they could only work on 2 out of the 3. And the shareholders, because I actually knew one of the shareholders that used to be a shareholder there before they cashed in their shares.
Yeah.
And they basically said that they don't believe that they can get a return on Anthem, and people want it to be a free upgrade, and they're not prepared to do a free upgrade. So they ditched Anthem. And that's why Anthem 2 was never materialized. because the
Yeah,
work being
Anthem
done on it was
Reborn.
actually pretty good, and they were making good progress because I was following it through the shareholder. I saw a little bit of it running, it looked really nice, and I was really excited. But the expectation for it to be free was the reason why the shareholder said, "Yeah, buddy, no," and then they said, "Buy Anthem," and hello. So shareholders have a huge say. They dictate what goes on. Anything you want to add to that, Chille, before I continue?
Nope, I think that's about it.
Platform continues to grow,
We can
both
say
on
really
console,
shareholders
on
are
PC.
important, even
Yeah.
if you don't want them to be. They are. You may not agree with what they say, but yeah.
Shareholders are like, Scrooge McDuck. They don't care what they have to trample on as long as they get their money. I think that's an apt analogy.
And on cloud.
Yeah.
And I think it's
You know what? I don't get it. I'm not even showing the goddamn clip. I'm sorry, chat.
just going to be a strategy that
One day
works
I'm
for
gonna get
us.
that
And the
right.
last thing I'll probably say is I think as an industry right now, there's a lot of pressure on the industry. It's been growing for a long time, and now people are looking for ways to grow. And I think that us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result has to be better games that more people can play. If we're not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox, health of our platform, and our growing games, most important things.
Oh, that sounds...
So essentially what he's saying there is, in order for us to continue down this route, more games are going. The platform is still going to be there. More platforms will be coming. If you're an Xbox customer, you will get the games first, part of your subscription, or if you want to buy it, you can buy it day and date on your service, and that's not going to change. But once a game has passed its sell-by date on the console, and it's had its time, and it's no longer bringing in any more revenue, we are going to take that game and put it somewhere else. But if you want to play the games day one, you can go invest in a PC, or you can buy the next Xbox console. Those are the two places you can play games day one. All the other stuff, we'll have to wait. Now, Paul asked, why is exclusives important? Exclusives are important because it gives you brand identity. So, for example, I'm going to just throw out some names, and feel free to chime in, Chille, and just say the platform that comes to your mind immediately. Mario.
Okay. Nintendo.
Kratos.
PlayStation.
Master Chief.
In the weird universe where that was going to be on Xbox. Remember, but people don't know that was pitched to Microsoft first.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I remember hearing that being a story that Microsoft it was around the same time as, Rise, Son of Rome. They were pitched. I swear they were pitched that, and they decided to go with the other game instead. I could be wrong, but I swear I remember it being. Anyway, Halo, did you say? Master Chief, right?
Yeah.
Xbox.
Exactly. So there are certain games that you say, whether you like them or not, that are pretty much synonymous with a brand image. And that is why exclusives matter. It kind of gives you an identifier for why, for your console. It gives people a reason. That is, if I want to play Mario legally, Ventura, the only way I can actually play it outside of the Ubisoft Mario and Rabbids games is to go and buy Nintendo hardware to play it, and that's why they're important. In order to answer Bags, because he mentioned something, I want to know, Bags, how long is it before Standard gets the games? I'm putting them on the spot now, but I want to know what's been the officially confirmed timeline for games going on to standard.
I mean, we didn't have one, right?
I don't know. I want him to come to that realization.
Oh my god.
What?
Sorry, I'm in leveling roulette because I'm working on my next job to 100.
Oh god.
And I've got Aurum Vale, and we wiped at the start.
Actually, they didn't say anything. The media has said anytime. They just said they will have more news about standard in September. They absolutely did not specify anything about standard. Standard isn't even available right now. It's available in September. So before people jump on the bandwagon and start spreading fake news about something they don't know what they're talking about, let's wait until official information comes out for it. Even though I doubt there will be any, to be fair. They're just going to say, as the wind blows, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Some games will go on there sooner.
There's a huge chance. The huge chance it's going to be a game-to-game basis.
It will be.
The bigger games will probably take longer.
Yeah. And
the big AAA titles probably going to be 6 to 12 months. The indie titles maybe day one / a couple of months later.
Good, You're good, bud. You're good. The media says a lot of shit and makes up a lot of shit because it works.
Clicks.
It's like
the more clicks you get, the more money you make. So
it's like, did you guys see? It's in this trailer where Phil is talking about Starfield. Where is it? Where he shows the buggy. I can't see it.
Oh my god, this run.
It's Aurum Vale. You're gonna die in Aurum Vale.
We've died twice going to the first boss. This is another wipe.
I can't help you. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, I think it's here. Yeah, this is where it is. Like, this is what I mean, Bags, right?
For a while. Oh, and I'm here, so I'm not doing it. My buggy in Starfield. I'm looking forward. I've been asking for Todd for vehicles. Come on, Todd. I want vehicles in this game. I'm tired of walking around this planet. And I thought the trailer for that looked really good last night.
Okay, he said, I'm tired of walking around the planet. I saw an article today that said Phil Spencer bored of Starfield. That's the headline they got from that. Phil Spencer bored of Starfield. That's the headline they got from I'm tired of walking around. That pretty much tells you that the media is always out there to try and gain your clicks and your views through very, very, very nasty ways of doing it. How can you turn around and say that for that? But they're not bowing out. There is a new Xbox coming. There is a new Xbox hardware coming. It's whether it's going to land in 26, like everyone's assuming, is another matter. But there is a new Xbox coming, and at the moment, everyone predicts it's 2026. It's coming. If they were bowing out of the hardware, they would not be releasing a fat console, and they would just do a handheld console. If that is what they were doing, that is the route they would go. But they're doing both, which is a bit dubious for me, but because I kind of agree and disagree, but that's my opinion. But that they're still releasing a console. And until they gain full control of their games back from Ubisoft, they will not stop making consoles. That Ubisoft deal is for 15 years. A year of it is up, so they've got another 14 years. Until they get access back, control of the Activision Blizzard games, they will not be doing anything with the hardware market that means leaving. Because it would be detrimental to their business if they do. Because they can't put their best games, their highest profiling games, the games that's going to attract the most customers over to their cloud platform. Everyone else can have Call of Duty except xCloud. If you're an Xbox customer, the CMA said, screw you. We are not for you.
Yeah.
We are not for customers. We don't care if it damages the customers. We don't care if it penalizes actively paying customers who have a fair competition to go wherever they want. We just want it to be ourselves, and we're not going to let Microsoft have it for 15 years. So the CMA has done that. So until that is done, Microsoft is in the hardware business. I mean, the aspect, the part of Ubisoft that's handling all the games isn't a part of the main Ubisoft company. It's like a subsidiary of Ubisoft. If Xbox needs in short term ROI in short term, then Xbox cannot wait to rely on Sony to bring their titles to their platform. They might need quicker results at this point. Yeah, and that's why. I mean, with this one over here, I just believe that the contract was so damning that they don't. Like I said in my video, which I guess a lot of you didn't really agree with. The exodus of subs was insane, but they just didn't believe that the Xbox ecosystem could sell enough copies. And honestly,
how dare you talk facts in that video? You monster!
I am a very big monster right now. Emphasis on the big though.
I don't know. You're not as big as me. Weight-wise, you're bigger content creator than me.
Oh, I'm not sure, mate. Chaos idea. What if Ubisoft is having all these media issues and losing stock? Again, I think I just answered that. But it's not part of Ubisoft that actually has control of the Xbox games. Even if it's not leverage, even if Steam needs Windows, but yeah, they have a better chance against Steam. That must not be for me because I don't understand the context of that.
I mean, should I leak who the guest of episode 200 of Moogle Go Round is going to be?
Go for it.
Even though it looks like we're going to have MMO bite on.
Oh, nice.
So he'll be on to talk about stuff.
See, I'm not sure if these lot know who that is, but if you was over on my Tarot Fantasy stream, they would have thrown you off the stream. They do not like him at all. Like the word hate is very, very strongly thrown around when his name. I
don't mind most of this stuff.
Oh, it's just he bashes Tower to hell for no reason.
Okay.
Like continuously bashes it.
As I said earlier, clicks.
Oh yeah, I keep telling him that. I keep telling him he's doing it for the clicks because it gets him views.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones is going to be another Bethesda flop. Might be time to sell to Tencent. Todd Howard can move to China. You don't know Indiana Jones is going to be a flop. Don't say that. I actually want it to be successful. I like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I hope it gets a sequel.
Ain't no one banning Steam. They're not banning Steam, but if it gets too big, I guess what they can do is start doing what they're doing to Apple and Google, but it needs to get a lot bigger than what it is now.
And plus, it probably helps the fact that Steam isn't a normal company, right? It's public owned, right? I think or something like that.
How the numbers for early access is doing? Do you know for the longest time, I've been hearing something in the background, and I've been saying, what is it? And I've been frantically looking on my PC to try and figure out what it is, because I can hear it every so often. Like it's every almost 4 or 5 minutes, like clockwork, I can hear it, and I've just figured out what that sound is.
What does that sound?
It's your limit break bar.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. And I've been frantically like, where is that coming from? And I'm like, no, leave it. It's fine. I don't care. I genuinely don't care.
No,
It's very low. Chat probably can't hear it.
I've turned it off. Well, hopefully, I've turned the controller speaker off.
I said I don't care. It was fine.
No, you brought it up, and I've been wanting to do it, but I've just been lazy and keep forgetting to do it. So,
is that? That's not it. Do they have any numbers? I guess not. But hey, there's 120 people on Steam now.
let's go.
It's gone more than the number you said. You deceived us. But there's no data.
Earlier on, it was 77. So
There's no data for how many people are playing. Blades, what's going to happen is they're going to have a bucket next to them because, they get motion sickness with first-person games and they can't handle it. So every squig, every time, Indy goes on that swing, they're going to be like, okay.
when did that become a thing? Because PlayStation had quite a few good first-person games back in the day.
I'm just saying that was the biggest complaint that came out. I can't play first-person games. Thank God it's not coming to PlayStation. I suffered so much motion sickness. That was like the running theme of the whole thing. And people were like complaining, why wasn't it third person? Loads of people want to play it, but they can't play it. And they were going to buy an Xbox. Yeah, right. They were going to buy an Xbox to play it, but now that it's first person, it's over for them. They're not going to buy it because they got motion sickness. This was a running thing. This was a running joke. Well, I call it a joke because it was stupid.
Yeah. You know what? Screw them. I want more. Give me Resistance. Damn it. Give me Mag. I'll agree that I do find it weird that Indiana Jones isn't third person.
Third party? How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?
But no, I'm shocked that it's not third person.
Do you know what's gonna really shock you now?
What?
Hey, Clarke. Did you ever hear about a game?
Clarke?
No, not Clarke.
No, sorry.
But did you ever hear about a game that was quadruple A?
Skull and Bones?
It's available now for £20 on Steam.
Oh, wow.
£60 off debut.
You know what?
60% off debut.
You got to say that, but I'm out of the content creator program and they keep giving us offers, but the offers run out before I can actually get to them. So there must be a lot of people that still want it.
That's crazy.
So
£20.
But no, I know they always do first person, but it's weird to me because if you're paying for the license for Indiana Jones, then surely you want to use the model as much as possible. Is my view on it.
Yeah.
If you're paying for the likeness of a character, surely you want to make sure it's visible as much as possible.
And you get it in the cutscenes, right?
That's why I said as much as possible, because
And even in these scenes here that you're seeing on the thing with Joanna Dark running up and sliding down, those would all be in third person. It switches between first and third.
Yeah.
When you're swinging, it's in third. When you're climbing, it's in third. Only when you're getting into combat and exploring, just walking around it, they switch it to first. So it's a hybrid of sorts.
Yeah. And if you really care that much, just buy on PC.
They'll mod it anyway on PC and give you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There'll be someone on PC that'll mod it to third person.
That's £5 for every A. I never thought about that.
Is that?
Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. That is brutal.
I'll be honest. I'm tempted at £20 because Skull and Bones look good. I enjoyed what I played of it. How's Chille been? I've not been converted. Why would you say I've been converted? SlightlyHandsomeJack. By the way, I love the name. I'm a huge Borderlands fan, so I love your name.
I don't think this is Disney. I think this is Microsoft acting because consoles and console exclusives just aren't important. They are, right? But I don't think that's the case, right? And this is why I don't think it's the case. When it comes to Indiana Jones could have increased the subscriber base count for Game Pass. It had a possibility of increasing it.
I think it would have, but not long term.
Who knows? Once you're on,
It would have been.
Once you're on it,
It would have been a spike for a month, in my opinion.
Yeah, but maybe you would have seen something else on a program that you would have liked, and then extended your stay.
Maybe.
It's all about getting your foot in. Once you're in, it's down to the service to keep you there by bringing content that keeps you entertained to keep you there. But it's all about getting you through the front door. Once you're through the front, that's the hardest part. And Indiana Jones could have done that. But here's the thing. They could have brought in 50 million subscribers for Game Pass, hypothetically. That would have done absolutely nothing to the game sales royalties that Marvel wants per box. Because they're looking for unit sales, not Game Pass. And Game Pass is a different unit entirely.
Yeah.
So just based on that, they couldn't rely, I'm guessing, on the ecosystem to do its job in selling units. So they're pushing it out within 3 to 6 months to somewhere else where Game Pass is not on, and hoping that it sells well. So they don't have to pay any fines to Disney. I mean, what really should happen is all these companies, Sony and Microsoft, should just turn around to Disney and say, piss off. If they collectively said that, those royalties and requirements would go down. But they're not going to know. And so they're in a position where Disney just dictates and grabs them by the balls. Bethesda can usually switch to third person with mods most of the time, yeah. Hey, Clarke.
I don't know. A lot of the Elder Scrolls games had first person and third person, right?
Which one?
The Elder Scrolls games had switches between the two.
They did. I wasn't too revealed about Avowed until the third person mode. There you go. Listening to stream in Barnsley bus station. Nice, John. Nice.
Nice. When are you going to get a Gears background, Chille? I don't have a background.
But yeah, so that's what I think is happening there. But it's unfortunate that they'll never reveal the real truth, and we shouldn't expect to know the real truth.
Mm.
But ultimately, a lot of this is being taken.
Thanks for stopping by, Paul. Have a good day, okay?
Oh, I'm off. Gotta go. Don't forget to watch. I will definitely watch it, Paul. Don't you worry. You take care, buddy. But yeah, like in terms of the plan for Xbox going forward, I don't think it's changed much. The emphasis on their exclusives staying exclusive to the console is no longer the emphasis. But if you're an Xbox customer, this is the platform you enjoy, this is the ecosystem you enjoy, you are going to get the games first. And if you're happy with the subscription service that's there, you're going to get them all part of your Game Pass subscription. For most, that is good enough. For everyone outside of X, that is business as usual, because they just don't care. It's only those within X or those that actually pay attention to what's going on, or that have a little bit of tribalism in them, like we all do, that do care. But for the majority, that part there is all they care about. Will there be another Xbox console? Yes. Will they be pushing that console? Hopefully. Will they continue to release their games on that console? Yes. That's it. And that's not going to change for the next generation or for the generation after that. Now, for what happens after the next 2 generations, only God can tell you. But rest assured that if everything is as we are looking at it right now, with Ubisoft in control, and that doesn't break and they don't lose control for whatever reason, maybe they go bankrupt or something, who knows what happens in 5 years. Microsoft is not going to jump into anything without having full control of their prized assets like Call of Duty. That's just going to be absolutely stupid. You were saying?
Oh my God. Look, did you say Microsoft went bankrupt?
No, Ubisoft.
I was going to say, Microsoft go bankrupt. The universe is scary.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I wanted to look at. That's what I wanted to look at. Cesaro just gained extra cred. Extra cred. No, we're going to get 10 minutes of praise for Cesaro.
Yeah, go Cesaro.
See,
you're one of my favorite Naruto moves.
I'm not waiting on next gen because there's a lot of games that I want to play now that are coming day one on Game Pass. Right? And that they have me excited. Whether it's Indiana Jones, whether it's Fable, whether it's, other games that are coming along, Doom. I'm getting them all
Doom
as
part
of my subscription.
Why didn't anyone say that Doom was bad because it's first person? But where was the pony joke about that?
Because it was all fake.
Yeah. Yeah.
All fake. But a lot of people were... And you know what? Let me put this into chat. And Chille, feel free to jump out when I don't feel obligated to stay behind. I know you're busy with your article, but who knows? Maybe you'll get the inspiration you're looking for here to find the words.
We've got Moogle around tonight as well, so yeah. I will be around for like another 20-ish minutes. Yeah,
that's fine. If there's anything you want to talk about regarding the whole Xbox thing, Indiana Jones, PS5, feel free to jump in and make a claim. Just make sure your mic is clean and no noise in the background. But look, a lot of people are saying it's doom and gloom. A lot of people are saying it's the end of Xbox. It is not the end of Xbox. Microsoft has a new strategy. You've heard Phil Spencer himself as well. Things are changing, and you just have to get with the times. Now, a lot of people I'm seeing are saying, well, time to go to PC. That is an option.
I mean, that's a good option, being the fact that there's basically everything coming to PC.
Yeah. And the next console isn't guaranteed to have Steam. I know there's been rumors and stipulations, but the moment Steam goes on that console, it basically becomes a mini PC anyway. And it will just dwindle away the Xbox store entirely.
And as I said, expect first Sony to backlash against that as well.
I mean, they can't do anything.
And other companies.
But they can't do anything.
I mean, they could Steam blacklist games based on hardware.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they can, but why would Ubisoft turn around and say, I don't want Xbox players buying my game so I get 70%, but I want them buying it on Steam so I get 70%?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense, but gaming.
The only company that's going to say, is Sony. They're going to remove their games, and they're just going to say, right, look for the Xbox API. If you see that, disable all PlayStation games. And then because it's Windows, those crafty people out there are going to go in, reverse engineer, and re-enable it, and done. You've got your Windows, you've got your PlayStation games on Xbox. And at that point, Sony can't really do anything.
No, Sony can't do anything then.
And do you know what? if it does become like a hybrid PC, you can always sail the high seas and just download it that way. If they don't want to sell it to you, you can go digging for treasure. And once you dig for treasure, you can go, "Army lad, I found the treasure, free of charge. Yes, mateys." And Sony gets nothing. Bethesda will be making Genshin Impact clones with microtransactions. We're actually going to get to that in a second, but I wanted to talk about this actually. This was actually mentioned a little while ago. Atlas Fallen Reign of Sand has it's available today. I know a lot of people were looking forward to this. Well, not looking forward to is a very strong word, but they were kind of asking about it. And if you didn't see it, Atlas Fallen is now available on Game Pass. And this is what I'm talking about. No other service out there is doing stuff like this. So as an Xbox customer, you are getting this, whether you're on the Xbox platform, the Windows platform, or the cloud. These are all coming to you. So it really does, whether you want to stick with the Xbox platform or go to PC, you will, as long as you're playing the games through Game Pass and not Steam, you will still be in the ecosystem. Steam is its own thing. But yeah. So I stumbled across this article. I don't know if anyone knows anything about it, but apparently there's been an update to Black Myth Wukong on Xbox. And I haven't read it yet, so I literally just saw this moments ago before I actually went live. So I figured we'd go through it and see if the Series S was to blame. Because I'm gonna blame the Series S.
I'm gonna go yes.
Then again, if Halloween got cancelled, I'd still blame the Series S. Black Myth Wukong is already one of the most successful video games of the year, only thanks to China.
Well, that still makes it successful, no matter who.
I know, but
no matter what.
I'm sorry, but that is ridiculous. Have you seen the charts before I continue?
Isn't it like 80% China, or 90%?
It's not even that. Let me just quickly dig it up. This was insanely funny. Where did I see it? I saw it here somewhere. Someone had a very good graph of it, and it was brilliant. Man, I really might need a new mouse because... Oh, by the way, did anyone hear about that game Validate? Before I continue.
The what?
Validate.
Nope.
It's a full DEI game. It's got one concurrent.
Oh, God.
It's got one user playing it. One. On Steam. One. One. Oh, man. Back to the Babylon Fall days, guys. But this is what I'm talking about. China's awake. China's asleep. China's awake. China's asleep. You can see the difference, right? So this is literally being carried by China. And I'm guessing I bet it's some kind of mandate for them to play it as well. I wouldn't put it past them. I would not put it past them. One segment of players haven't been able to... Go on.
I don't think so, but that'd be funny.
Would you rule it out? That's my question.
No. I don't think I would rule it out.
There we go. That's the problem. Right there is the problem. Of course, they have a PS5 and a PC as well. But for those that just have either an Xbox Series X or S, the game isn't available. Latest on there. The game was originally scheduled to release on the console alongside the PC and PlayStation before it was revealed in June to not be coming at the same time. Then later that month, Xbox issued a statement on the game's delay on console, saying that they were excited for the launch of Black Myth: Wukong and the but working with the game science to bring the game out to the other platforms. And now the game is out. There's a bit of an update as to what's going on. Get the fluff out the way, man. According to Paul Tassi, the game not being on Xbox isn't a case of Sony snatching up any sort of console exclusive agreement. You know, no one believes that, right? With developer game science. Instead, it's Microsoft's own consoles and their policies causing the hiccups. Actually, I can believe that. I can totally believe that after Final Fantasy 14. They stopped a game coming to the platform for 10 years because of their policies.
Yeah, I know people like, oh, Sony's against cross-platform play because of Sony's. But Microsoft's also had that history in the past as well.
Not as bad as Sony, though. Hey, look, they don't charge publishers money if the game sells better on another platform.
I mean,
Sony does.
Yeah, but to me makes sense.
No, it doesn't. How does Ubisoft getting penalized for them putting their game multi-platform and then it's selling better on Stadia mean that Sony should get more money?
Because I don't know. I
There we go, chat.
It makes sense businessly to me. Like, it might not make sense as a sentence, but like, if your game was going to be exclusive to your platform and you've given it away to other platforms,
but it's not
exclusive. Makes sense that you want to make sure.
But it's not exclusive.
That's why I said if it was going to be exclusive.
Oh yeah, but they do that for all multi-plat games.
Yeah, for all. Yeah,
that's wrong.
But then, as we know with Microsoft, they blocked PlayStation. They blocked Pharmacy because they wanted to make sure that all any game that has cross-platform play also has to.
Are they charging money?
Well, no.
So which is worse?
Instead, they want to make sure that you add a mode where you can only play with Xbox players because that's one of their policies. You have to you have to have the ability.
See, that's the lesser of two evils.
Is it?
It's not costing them any money.
I mean, it's costing them the money of making the servers.
But they're not making it. Because they just turned around and said no.
Yeah.
See?
I mean, technically it cost them the money of the sales that they could have made if they were able to do it.
But they didn't build it.
Yeah, which meant they didn't get the sales from the game in the first place.
And they didn't lose the money that they would have building it.
So
this can go on.
You understand?
I do. I'm trolling. The bad news is that once again, Xbox seems to have blundered into a Baldur's Gate 3 situation. What? How's that policies? Oh no. Tassie says that the reason the game didn't make it to Xbox at launch is because of a tech issue. While the specific issue isn't mentioned in the report, it does seem to imply. Oh, imply. Here we go. Here we go again. That the game isn't running on the Series S. Oh no, chat. It's implying. Oh shit, chat. Oh no. We've gone back to the ifs and the shoulds and the coulds and the woulds and the considerings and the maybes and why can't they just come up with a simple, this is the reason, deal with it? I mean...
Because I think we can all go back to the sentence I said earlier. They like them clicks.
Holy shit, man.
It all goes back down to the Series S.
I told you I blame the Series S. But it does seem to imply that the game isn't running on the Xbox Series S. But they can't tell you for sure because it might not be anything to do with the Xbox Series S.
Coulda, shoulda, maybe, what's it, who's it, maybe.
Isn't the Series S similar?
No.
No. It doesn't have the same graphical output. It doesn't have the same RAM output. The CPU, I think,
to be honest, I think the main thing is the RAM. Like, the RAM is the main issue with the Series S more than anything.
The RAM is the big holder.
That is the CPU, GPU. Those can all be easily scaled, but like the RAM is the pain is the real pain in the butt.
And Chille, you might as well do this as well. Do you know what? Because yesterday I won myself a very good prize. Just before I went to bed, I saw something on Twitter, and I thought, do you know what, Nord? Can you call Ram to come and zap that bug? It's been literally walking around that light like a hamster for the past hour. Right up there.
I don't need to win a bug.
It's there, right there. It's just a fly. I know, but it's been running around my light and it's constantly catching my eye. But this one over here, I mean, I was going to segue into Genshin anyway, but I'm going to put this link. You follow Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Like and repost. Click on this link and enter using your social platform. And if you win, you get one of these. I won a 12-month Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription.
Oh, that's cool.
It takes 5 minutes. Well, not even that. It takes like a minute to do. That actually
I don't think I've ever won on any of those, so it's probably not going to happen, but we'll try.
That probably won't work, so let's try this one. There you go. Try that link there. That link will probably work. It takes 30 seconds to do, and there are 15 to give away. I've grabbed one of them. My kids couldn't win any, but do you know what? It's worth trying. It's a 12-month subscription to Game Pass. What have you got to lose? And if you don't like it, unfollow, unrepost, unlike, and move on with your life. I've sent it in.
If I win, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no. And the prize will be giving out in October. So you need to make sure your DMs are open so they can send it to you, because they'll be sending it to you via DM. Anime, I've posted it above. So I think this is really cool.
No, that just takes me to my bookmarks.
No, the second link.
Okay.
The first link was bad.
I'll have to check.
Can I even delete that link? Yeah, delete comment. That's deleted. Okay. I'll post it again. That's the third time. It's worth doing.
Okay.
But...
Well, I've clicked it, but I will do it after, because I'm in a dungeon.
That's fine. But I thought I'd share it because, it's a win-win situation. Well, not a win-win, but it's pretty cool. I haven't... it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I thought, oh, let me try it. Oh, I won! Yay! That was a nice way to end the night. Now, there was this other piece of news for Genshin, which was overshadowing it, with it requiring Game Pass and Xbox Live.
Potentially.
It does not. I've had confirmation.
Okay, good.
Through Xbox support, it does not need any form of Xbox Live or anything to run. If you have a Game Pass subscription, it will basically give you freebies, just like PlayStation does when you have PlayStation Plus. Just bonuses. Yeah. But the website is actually incorrect. It's the website is just a standard template that has all of that information on for legal reasons, but it's not actually true. The game does not need any form of Xbox Live to play. It arrives. It lands on November the 20th, 2 days before my birthday. There is a paid-for version for this, which gives you a bunch of free stuff. It's not worth it. I'm telling you that now. I know it's only $10, but it's still not worth it. But yeah, this game could be a massive, massive, massive win for Xbox. It's got the potential to be really huge. especially with the community that's going to be going back to college at the time. You know, they might not want to be lugging around a Series X or a PS5 or anything like that, and their laptops
I mean,
might not
for
be
those
powerful
that
enough.
they'll have it on their phone.
A Series S is like the perfect companion for this, for a college console.
Oh,
Just to have some, it's so small that you can just put it onto the side and that's it. It takes up so little space. This could actually, and that will run this game 60 no problem. I can see this being really huge for thing. But do you know what's the biggest joke out of all this? Anyone in chat, do you know what's the biggest joke out of all this? There is a joke here that no one is seeing.
The fact that it's got an Xbox symbol on the chest. Is that it?
No. That Microsoft Xbox got Genshin Impact before Nintendo.
I thought it already
Yeah.
was.
They're still crying that they don't have Genshin Impact. But we do. As of November the 20th. Oh, it's on PlayStation. But Nintendo don't have it. Can you imagine Xbox getting Genshin before Nintendo Switch? They've been crying for this game for 4 years.
For some reason, because there's so many people crying about it, I always thought it was already on Twitch.
No, it's not. It's actually not on Switch.
No. There's so many people that I've seen complain about it that I thought it was already there.
No, it's not on Switch.
I had to double check.
You've seen it, yeah? Like you'll see down here, people are you'll start seeing where's the Switch version. Man, this mouse is gone. I don't know why it scrolls up when I'm scrolling down. Oh, this is just how's it going, Brick?
Hey, Susano, this is not just me.
What's wrong?
No, Susano said he thought it was on there too.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's
I
really
also
happening?
thought...
I'm not dreaming? Finally, I've always wanted to play. I've been waiting for this day forever. Look, even Steve's there. This is Steve's alt account, Noxious. I knew it. Sorry, man, I had to expose you. I have been waiting for this. Why is a free game on Game Pass? It's not. Zelda Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail, that will come. Well, ZZZ is a timed exclusive right now. But obviously. And the funny thing is, Genshin could sell more consoles than Indiana Jones ever could.
Yeah, it easily will.
It ever could. And if Microsoft actually talked to Hoyo and actually make it worth the while with, like, say, 5 free pulls a month or 10 free pulls a month, you could, or, even the Battle Pass being included in a Game Pass Ultimate subscription as a Game Pass Ultimate perk, you'll see a lot of people subscribing just for that with the additional free stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a lot Microsoft can do. Can someone check on the Switch owner's well-being, please? So there you go, chat. There's a win. There's a win. While the Switch is still crying that they don't have it, it's here on Xbox. And you've got a free chance to win Game Pass Ultimate. Why are you telling people my old accounts? Hey, look. You were telling me that you don't like the waifu games. Like, I get it. You're trying to pass off with this whole gears. But, But here's the thing. PlayStation brought Aloy into that. What is Xbox going to bring?
Sexy Marcus.
Marcus Phoenix into dead? Can you imagine chainsawing all the little creatures? Oh no! Or the Doom guy. Oh no! Come, bring Zero Days Doom with the shield and axe. Oh yeah! Cortana could work. Cortana could go over. I mean, if it was Sega, I'd say Daytona car would be great.
I mean, if it was Sega, you could just bring a Yakuza character over.
No, it'd need to be the Daytona car. Ever since I've seen that in a fighting game, the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, yeah, it's so awesome. But yeah, Yakuza could work.
Oh yeah, Overwatch 2, they've got the Overwatch 2 characters they could bring over.
Yeah.
It'd probably be Tracer, right? Or Mercy.
Just no one from the Concord cast, I guess. That game is going to get slaughtered. But I'm really happy that this game has finally come around. And for those of you that are looking to play, 5.0 will probably land just before, I think, either around September, October, or something like that. But when you do eventually land, I'm hoping that this will still be available. You get to pick a free 5-star. Don't pick this one. No matter what you do not pick this one. Categorically, do not pick that Chi-Chi.
Okay.
She's like the worst character in the game. Don't do it. If you get her, that's like the booby prize. There's even songs to console you if you ever pull a Chi-Chi. Fun fact, my son has a C3. That I tease him to this day. Pick Dia. But yeah, so this is great stuff. Good luck if you're entering that competition. You find out instantly, by the way, if you've won or not. It's an instant notification. Chi-Chi, big winner. What's the best to choose? All right, so Dia is okay. Kaching can work in some groups, but she's like one of the OGs. Mona is cool if you need, if you're going for a freeze comp. Plus, her exploration is nice. She's a healer, a really good healer. Jean. This dude is a bow character. It really depends how you feel about using a bow and arrow. But he's good. He's very good. Do not pick him. So this one and this one, you just avoid like the plague. Because his multipliers are just really, really bad. But any one of these is good, really. Dia's kind of meh. She went straight into the thing. But she looks great. But if you're looking for like a certain build and stuff, Hyper Bloom is good. But if you want to start off with a good healer, she's very good. So, I hate to say it, but for the first time in about 4 years, I've seen this guy. He actually finally had a good take. Well, not a good take, but one that wasn't so bad that you laugh at him. He had a take that wasn't ridiculously stupid and dumb and obnoxious.
You know what they say? A clock is right twice. A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, except this guy runs on a digital
He's finally
clock.
reached his first time.
I don't know what this guy is. I haven't seen him have a good or even a take at all. But why did they omit this information from the presentation? There's actually a collector's edition for this as well, if people haven't seen, where you get the globe.
No, this is the first time I've actually seen the collector's edition.
That's the digital one. Let me bring up the collector's edition. So this is the actual collector's edition. It's £165. It's not available yet, but you essentially go away, Bethesda.
It's good, but it's no Sonic standing on a Dreamcast statue.
No, it's not. But that's also like double, almost 40% more expensive. But you get the globe, you get this relic for the circle. I'm guessing that's part of the circle. As you can see here, you've got the circle thing going around. You've got the journal. You've got the steel bookcase. And you get all of this stuff as well. But why didn't they actually showcase this at all?
Well, welcome to.
Do you know what? I can take that. I can accept that. I can accept that. I can accept that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Microsoft doesn't know how to promote its own stuff a lot of the time, it seems.
Xbox marketing at its finest. Because I'm a huge indie fan, right? And I want this. I do. I mean, it's very basic, but I do love Indiana Jones. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time. I don't care if the movie is awful. I will still sit and watch an indie movie because I just love indie. And I'm going to buy this. Well, at least I want to buy it. I'm going to try and buy it. I'm going to try and make sure I've got the money to buy it. But I want one. But why didn't they showcase this in the first place? And instead, they made the PlayStation 5 reveal the centerpiece.
Well, they haven't revealed it at all.
Well, that's right. You didn't even know about it. Who actually here? It's Automata. It's not actually available to buy yet. They've not gone on sale, so it's just out of stock for now. But how many here knew that this even existed? I just decided to randomly look up Indiana Jones Collector's Edition today just to see if there was going to be one. And I stumbled across this.
It's really cool.
Can't pre-order it just yet. The pre-orders aren't open yet. I mean, I hope it's... I mean, there wasn't even a release date for it yet. So.
Or is it even... maybe it's sold out?
Do I play WoW? I do not. I play Final Fantasy 14. Not that I've seen.
The new WoW expansion's today, right?
It is today, yeah.
Yeah. War Within.
The Within War?
Yeah. Which, by the way, I still find it... I don't know. The fact that they've announced 3 expansions at once is weird.
Hey, Brendan, how's vehicles going? Oh, you pre-ordered one? So maybe it is sold out. I didn't even know this existed. But I suspect, because Joshua was saying that he pre-ordered it. I didn't even know this existed. There was no mention of this at all. I guess they just don't like money.
Oh, they made... Oh, congratulations. You only won the bought one because there was only one made. Because nobody knew it was there. So they made one.
But it wasn't on the showcase that they showed during the trailer at Gamescom.
Or any showcase.
Opening Night Live was when they should have showed this. You've noticed stuttering in the game? Well, that's not good. I wish Varf Data was in the chat. Because I told him. I told him as well. Jeff Keighley is pushing Indiana. I even hinted to him that Jeff Keighley is pushing this too hard. Indiana Jones. He's pushing an Xbox game. It's definitely Indiana Jones. And I told him this, I think it was like on the 18th. And I think he said no. But I'm overthinking things. When has Jeff Keighley ever pushed an Xbox game? I don't think they ever have.
I think this is the only time, right?
That was the only time. And it was because it was coming to... But honestly, I think it's being a little bit overblown. This one, I think, is a very, very unique case. As long as they can protect their tentpole titles, and in my opinion, right, and maybe you'll agree with me, Chille, on this, maybe you won't. Microsoft, when they bought ZeniMax, when they bought Activision Blizzard, they should have just said, these games are remaining multi-platform, but you are getting them day one on Game Pass. And then none of this would have been a problem. None of it.
But yeah, if they said that from the start, none of this would have been an issue. But of course, they didn't. So
none of this would have been an issue. But instead, they had to bring hubris into it. They had to get big-headed. They thought they could go down a path where it would bring, and the legalities of it, they just didn't see it playing out as long as it did, and it bit them in the backside. But had they turned around at the time and said, right, we are buying these publishers, but we are going to keep them multi-platform. Maybe there'll be if it's a brand new IP that we are making, then we'll keep that exclusive, like Starfield. It's a brand new IP. But anything that's been part of the tradition for ZeniMax and ABK, they will remain multi-platform indefinitely. Would anyone have a problem now with Indiana Jones going to PlayStation if they came out at the beginning and said that? If you're on PlayStation, you pay £70. If you're on Xbox, you get it free with your subscription. Would anyone have a problem?
I don't think so.
And I think that's the key. Microsoft just needs a new person to deal with all of their messaging and marketing and everything. And
they need to hire someone to actually do marketing.
And you know what? Not only would it have actually financially been better for Microsoft to go down that route, the FTC probably wouldn't have been on their case anyway. The CMA wouldn't have bothered to intervene anyway, because they would have promised that all these games are remaining multi-platform. We would,
none of this would have happened.
Things could have been so much more different. And I said from the beginning, as long as the games appear on Game Pass, Microsoft should just make all of ABK games multi-plat. If it's a brand new IP, they're within their rights to make that exclusive, because it was never on any other platform. But everything else should have just been multi-plat in the beginning. And I've said this from the very start, and I'll say it again. And they should have gone down that route. You heard COC's... I heard it passed 1 million.
Yeah.
They're starving for games there, man. They need it. They're starving.
And I think a lot of people also bought it because they wanted to see more Microsoft games.
No. We know you ponybots don't actually buy games.
I mean,
I'm waiting for the rebuttal there, but it's not coming because
outside
of 14, you don't buy anything. I can say it to you because it's true.
Yeah, but I blame the MMOs, because even on PS2, where everyone's like, "Oh my god, so many PS2 games," I'm like, "Yeah, they're great." There's me with my Fantasy 11. So, you give me the Fantasy MMOs, and other games are dead.
But things would have looked a lot different back then, JP. If when they were purchasing these, they kept it multi-plat, then when a consumer goes to buy the games, or goes to buy a console, they will look and say, right, I can get all of this for, at the time, $12.99 subscription, or pay £70 each for every single one. Because at the time it was $12.99. No, it was even cheaper back then, right? I think it was like a $10.99 at the beginning. And so, as you know, as a parent, you're going to look and say, "So you're telling me I can get all of this for $10.99 a month?" Yeah, I'm going with $10.99 a month as a parent for my child. It's a no-brainer for me. I will go with that one for my child. They're the same games, but they get it for the price of 2 games. I get all of this. As a parent, that is my obvious choice. Now, for adults going and buying their own thing, they can make their own decision up. But a lot of parents go and buy consoles for their kids for their birthdays and whatnot as gifts, you know. And that's exactly the type of thing. And that could have been easily that's people often refer to a thing called the nexus point. To me, that was a nexus point for Microsoft. That was a point where they really, really, where the timeline splits, where they made it multi-platform, Microsoft is doing better than ever because they're getting money from everywhere. And then you've got the timeline that we're in right now, where people are constantly laughing at them and shouting at them. And now they're trying to converge with that timeline to bring it back. What I think they should do is just rip the Band-Aid off.
I didn't win.
I'm sorry. I think they should just rip the Band-Aid off and just make that announcement that anything that is ABK, ZeniMax, that is not a brand new IP, that is not a brand new IP, will be third party, but anything that is owned by Xbox Game Studios will remain on the console only. It's really that simple, and just go forward that way.
Yeah, you're still waiting for this Helldivers announcement everyone keeps teasing about for Xbox.
I actually asked about that because through the channels with the 2 people that actually made the announcement. They won't respond. I did say it was C-Money and Boom that made the thing. But to be fair...
chat, I've got to jump for now.
Helldivers
nice
is
chatting
finished.
with you.
Take it easy,
Have
Chille.
a good rest of your stream.
Thank you. But Helldivers is finished. Have you seen what's been happening with Helldivers, Sandra? Pettiness and childishness now crossing over to the unofficial wiki. An incendiary weapon for close range will ignite targets, terrain, and any flammable teammates. Lol, joking. Enjoy Bouncy Fire Boy. Oh, and a new fire sprite designed to be awfully specifically because we hate you. Okay, fine, we'll make it stop bouncing, but gonna let it sucky. Best deal. Official description. But yeah, the actual Helldivers team, Arrowhead, have absolutely murdered Helldivers 2. They've literally killed it. It's not Sony that killed it. They absolutely killed their own game. I can't believe how a company comes out and says, we don't believe in nerfs, we don't believe in this, all we believe is in the power of fantasy, and they have nerfed this game to living hell. It's just a husk of a game now. It is in such a bad shape. It's in such a bad shape. No one on PlayStation is playing it, from what I've been told. Like, no one. I mean, just look at the player numbers on Steam, man. It drops down to single-digit thousands. And it's not being improved. It's continuously going down. And sure, some of that could be attributed to Wukong, but Wukong is only played in China, not the rest of the world. So it's met its end. They nerfed it so much back to back that the community just finally said, you know what? We've had enough. And it's a shame because for all the stuff that they were doing with this game had real potential to, you know, be up there as one of the all-time greats. It was loved by many, but this just shows you how a publisher can just absolutely murder the game if they really want to. And they did. They absolutely did. And what can you say? That was the update, right? That's when the update came out, and then it just died. And it continues to go down. Yeah. I saw that. That was hilarious. They're like, no more nerfs, no more nerfs. But wait, there's more. Game is cooked. $687 viewers on Twitch is badge. Yeah. It is. But it's a sad story of how a game can be overly successful and then the studio decides to go and absolutely ruin it by doing stupid shit that it just shouldn't be doing. It's dumb, it's stupid, and I don't get why they do it, but they still do it. I just don't. Like, why nerf something in that manner? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. What is upcoming actually? I want to know how far you have to be into the game for Varun for Starfield. That would be cool to play through that on stream if I can. I still want to finish Dungeons of Hinterberg. I really enjoyed that, so I do want to stream that. Obviously, we're going to be streaming COD, Indiana Jones. I'm going to be streaming. Going to be playing Stalker as well. So there's a lot coming that I'm looking forward to. So good times. So, there's a lot of games that I'm actually looking forward to. Concord is that's just finished. I just don't see it. I know Jay Barry and is it Woodlily, Woodchippy, Woodchapper, whatever his name is, Woolly something. They're saying it's the best game they've ever played. That is real cope. That is insanely real cope. I don't understand how anyone can say something like that without either crying while they're typing it or actually being forced to say it. It's a shame. But Star Wars, I know I'm not gonna buy it. I'm gonna subscribe to the service. When does it actually come out? Outlaws. When does Outlaws actually come out? It should be soon, or is it already out? Just don't hear about anything anymore. I mean, I do wonder if. I mean, Helldivers 2 will probably get a nomination for Game of the Year, right? Concord will definitely get a nomination because it's one, it's a PlayStation game, and two, it's got check marks. You know, it's checking all the boxes that society wants today. August 27. Hellblade 2. I think it will get. I don't know if it will get Game of the Year nomination, but I think it will definitely get. It will definitely win Best Graphics. Nothing out there is going to top it. I mean, have we actually seen anything of Arc Raiders yet, other than just CGI? You'll see, C2DD. You'll see. Jeff Keighley is going to rig it and put it on there. You'll see. You know what, Joshua? You're not wrong. But Concord is just bad. It's so bare bones. But you know, if you're an Xbox Core member, Game Pass Core, you are getting City Skyline Xbox One Edition, Control is Landing, it's a good game, and SnowRunner. I've seen loads of people streaming this. I still don't get why people like this, but there's a huge fan base for it. I'm still confused as to why. Not saying anything bad about the game, I just want to know why people like it. But I haven't seen an announcement for Game Pass Core in a long time, so I thought I'd share this. There you go. I told you. There is a fan base for it. There is. There is a fan base. Yeah, you see, I don't think, Susano. I just do. Control is great. Control is such a good game. Oh yeah, and it's a fantastic addition to the service, right? It's a great addition to the service. But I haven't had the chance to jump into Starfield yet. I only just updated it yesterday, so I'm probably going to play some tomorrow. Does anyone want to hang out tomorrow streaming the final day of Gamescom? I think I've got a day off tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I do. I think my workplace is closed. So, does anyone want to sit down and watch a bunch of people talking about a game that no one's? Well, it can't be worse than today, right? Today's one was bad. Today's Gamescom was just rough. I'm hoping tomorrow's one's going to be good. It's got Space Marine anyway in there. So anyone want to actually just hang out tomorrow and check that out? Steve, there'll be a lot of waifu, so you're not going to be watching. It starts 2 p.m. my time, BST. So it starts early. It starts 7.5 hours before now. Redacted looked cool, but a lot of the stuff shown today. Actually, the stuff shown for the new update for. Let me find it. The new update for. Let's see if we can find it. Microsoft Flight Sim today was pretty awesome. Did they post anything at all? This mouse is gonna drive me nuts. Did they? I guess not. Maybe they posted something here. No, I don't want that. That's Fragpunk. That's Warcraft. That's such a Chad controller. Now available? That's cool. I might actually pick that up. I guess that was the actual thing. Do these have any trailers? Where's all the video footage for this game? Did they take it all down? Looks like they've taken all the video footage down. Just go to YouTube. YouTube it is.
Hey, Jorg.
So let's get rid of that. Let's do this. Microsoft Flight Sim actually really impressed me. I mean, this guy spoke for ages, but good lord, he found a platform and he took it. He took the opportunity. But this looks insane. Did anyone catch this today? Chris, I do not think they will be buying it. Nice, Clarke. Susano, that's the part that really, really impressed me. The part that you can get out and walk around. Was watching this earlier while I was working, and it just really impressed me. It looks insane. I mean, there's probably, like, while this is running, someone's probably standing by that PC with a fire extinguisher, waiting for it to burst into flames and turn it, put it down. But that looks so impressive, right? That looks so insanely impressive. I'm not running the full video. I'm skipping all the talking parts. Nice, Clarke. I'm just so impressed with how good this looks. And the fact that you can actually land and walk around just gets me more. It adds that extra layer of immersion to bring in even some of the more casual players to give it a try, to visit places that they haven't before. I wonder if you can actually go inside buildings. That probably will be a bit too much. But you'll at least be able to walk around and just see stuff. It's just, I don't know. My mind was blown when I saw this. It does, Google. Area 51. Didn't you say the last time in Flight Sim 23 you went to Area 51 and it was just a black area? It didn't let you see it? I don't know. I think this game in VR will be very, very taxing. I mean, I can see this going to PlayStation because it is such a niche game. I mean, let's be realistic. This is super niche. They can put this on any platform they want. The only real platform that's going to get this major players is PC. You'll get the few here on Xbox, and if it goes to PlayStation, on PlayStation, but its real player base is PC. PSVR is dead. I mean, I don't know, guys. This blew me away. Oh yeah, but like 14.8 million of them are probably on PC. And this isn't no insult to any other platform. It's just I couldn't imagine not playing this on PC if you have a PC. So to me, this one is it's great. I really liked it. I was really impressed. For me, I think this was like the standout when it comes to Gamescom today. This for me I was like, good lord. It's not often a game graphically makes me go, holy crap. Hellblade was one of them, but this one is on another level. And now we've got ghosts in the plains, and I'm out. I didn't say it's not going to run fine. But me personally, this will be a PC jobby for me. This Flight Simulator actually released its first game in 1982. So yeah. That would make it 41 years old. I know that number very, very well. I don't even have to think about it or try work it out. From 1982 to 2004 thing, I can work that number out very, very easily. There are reasons which I will not get into. What is wrong with you, Steve? But yeah, if you're looking forward to 2024, where is it? Flight Simulator 24 releases on November the 19th. So they're giving you 1 day to play Flight Simulator 2024 before you go and play Genshin Impact on November the 20th. So at least they're being thoughtful and considerate. Right? They're being thoughtful and considerate. Honestly, I can't even remember what they were. What were the Game of the Year 2023 nominations? I remember one of them. I know. I remember like the whole thing looking like total thing. Resident Evil 4 should never have been there. Spider-Man should never have been there. Tears of the Kingdom, meh. Mario, I don't think should have been there. Baldur's Gate deserved to be there. Alan Wake deserved to be there. Yeah, so I still stand by that these shouldn't have been there. Hogwarts Legacy deserved to be in here. And obviously, the one that should have won it is Alan Wake 2. 16 was a good game. Was it Game of the Year material? I'm not sure. But 16 definitely deserved to be there more than Resident Evil 4 and Spider-Man 2 and Mario Brothers Wonder. That's for sure. I don't think Spider-Man deserved to be there. Spider-Man was a really weird game. The last third of the game was really good. The first 2/3 of the game, outside of the intro, was pretty bland and boring. It was very mundane. It was, you could either follow the story or, oh, look, the same dudes are beating up the same people all over again. Go stop them. Oh, click on this crystal and then you get a bunch of enemies and keep repeating that for like 4 hours. It was very, very repetitive. But for me, Alan Wake 2 got snubbed. That should have won Game of the Year by far. Tales of Arise, I've heard a lot of good things about. I still want to play it, but follow the story or help the game come from. See, this is the other reason why Sony actually has 2 versions of Spider-Man 2. So which version was nominated? The one that removed all the, the inclusion stuff, or the one that had it all in? That's an interesting question, right? Because there's 2 versions of Spider-Man 2. One that has all the stuff, even that side quest that I think it was Ventura that just mentioned. Yeah, Ventura mentioned. Even that quest was removed. All of that stuff is removed. All Pride and everything is out the door. And they have basically the game with just none of that stuff in it in the Middle East. And then you've got the game in the West that has all of it in there. But right now, chat, what do you think is what's your nominations right now that's actually out? Not coming, but is out for Game of the Year nominations. What's the Hogwarts devs working on? I know they were working on. I think I read they were working on more content for Hogwarts, right? They wanted to release more updates. Black Myth Wukong will absolutely get nominated. Do you think Power World will get nominated? Rebirth. Rebirth will probably be there. I mean, it's still, I think, the highest Metacritic rated game out there right now. Wukong will be there. Do you think Hellblade 2 will be there? Warhammer isn't out yet, so we can't talk about that. Ooh, Dragon's Dogma 2. I forgot that game existed. I think it's got the 1.0 release, right? 1.0 is the official release. First Descendant. Look, I keep joking about Concord being up there, but you watch. Concord is going to be there. It's going to get an award, and even if it has one person trying to matchmake, it is still going to get an award. Elden Ring DLC, Helldivers, Concord. I mean, I've heard the PlayStation port of Wukong isn't doing so hot. I've heard it's actually pretty rough. But one game that's having it even more rough is a game called Dustborn. That game decided that it's going to go down the path of whatever the hell it wanted to do, and well, let's just say it didn't really work out very well for them. So anyone think Dustborn is going to be nominated for Game of the Year? Phil Spencer didn't kill Xbox. It's yeah. Like, if Phil Spencer gets fired, Xbox will be dead. If that's what people want, then petition to get him fired. Him going will kill Xbox. So if you want to kill Xbox faster, that is the way to do it. Petition to get him out. Dustborn wins Game of the Year because journalists see themselves in it. Oh. Ragtag Crew, check. Musical Gear, check. Tour Bus and Robot Driver, check. Stolen Package, check. Embark on a perilous road trip across the divided states of America. Use the power of words to shape relationships with your crew, get out of trouble, and reach your final destination. That wasn't the synopsis I read earlier. It's missing the words hope and love. But hey, at least 37 people bought this on Steam. Well, 37 people reviewed it. There's 72 people in game right now. Right, chat, own up. Who's playing? Who in chat right now is playing Dustborn? Now, I know one of you are in chat and playing it. I know it. I know it. No need to deny it. I know it's happening right now. Who's playing? Which one of you is playing? I knew it. I knew it would be anime as well. Because it's on Xbox. I knew it. Oh, Chille's definitely playing it. Rabbi, I don't know how much more clear you want me to be. If Phil Spencer leaves, Satya will just shut Xbox down. He wanted to shut Xbox down during the Xbox One era. It's alright, I can talk shit about Chille, he's not here. Then again, I talk shit about Chille when he's here, so that's the relationship we have. I'd have a brain of aneurysm if I did. It's so weird, but yeah. Because someone sent this to me earlier today and was like, "Hey, have you seen this game?" And I was like, "I heard about it, but I ain't played it, and I don't really know anything about it." And they go, "And you want to know what's the worst thing? Do you want to know what's the worst thing? What was that, Steve? I actually told you a game today. Do you remember what it was? I told you a name of a game today for you to check out on PC. It's an old game. Do you remember what it was called? It's slipped my mind. People hate Phil Spencer because they don't know how to differentiate what's actually happening, Rabbi. They don't know what's in front of them. Let me see if my friend can remind me what it was. What was that game you mentioned the writer? No. We already established that is that game. Dates everything was Taz's game of the year. He already picked that one. I don't know if he turned down. I don't know if he turned down. Blah 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 blah. Stellar Blade. I think Sony just got in there before him. So Dreamfall, right? This game, which has been out for years, right? Generally positive review. The guy that, the writer for Dustborn is the same one that wrote this game. This is a phenomenal game. Really, really good game. It has a lot of games, a lot of chapters. It's really, really good. If I'm not mistaken, it's a point and click game, but very fun game, and the story is just really well written. If you ever get a chance to play it, it should be dirt cheap by now. Play it. It's good. But how he went from this to this, I don't know. I don't know. How he went from that to this, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I'll put the game name in here for some of you that might be interested. It's probably about £1 or £2 on Steam now. It's very cheap. It's worth checking out. The game is called Dreamfall. Wait. Did Cygnus get... Did he do it? Cygnus, did you get Concord? Phil is in agreement with towing the company line. If your boss tells you to tow the company line, you tow the company line, Goggle. You don't have a choice. Right? If your boss tells you, look, fun fact, Virtual Tennis 3 was not Virtual Tennis 3. Was it Virtual Tennis 3? I can't remember. It was the one I think it was on the PSP. That was not ready for launch. Right? That wasn't ready for launch. I don't think I've ever told you guys this story, but I'll tell you anyway. Enough time has passed where it shouldn't impact me anymore. Not like I'm going to go back into the games industry again anyway. But I was one of the project leads on the PSP version of that game. And I said that I'm not signing this game off. There are too many problems with it. It's not ready. It needs to be delayed. And they told me I don't have a choice. Right? Sega of Japan are coming down to sign it off for the European market. It needs to go before April, and you need to sign it off. Now, me being the immature idiot that I was, I packed my things up, my shift was over, and I went home. I came in the next morning, was sent straight to the big boss's room, and was given the biggest bollocking I've ever had. And then demotions followed straight after, and eventually I left Sega. Because I didn't toe the company line. You don't have a choice. If they tell you to do something, you do it. If you don't, you're out. I stood my line. I don't regret it to this day. Not one bit. Because the game was not ready. It had so many bugs that it was pretty much still in, I'd say, cross-alpha beta. I don't even think you could say it was, I mean, you could say it was early beta. It had so many bugs. But they were happy to push it out that way because of what it would do to the balance books. And I refused to do it. And I don't regret that to this day. I don't. You know, it did change my career paths, but I don't regret it. But some people do regret that. So they're not going to go against the company line. So when they say you toe the line, you toe the line. And when you're getting paid millions and millions and millions a year in your salary, you toe the company line. Because you live a certain lifestyle and you don't want to not live that certain lifestyle. And if you don't, you get a bad reputation against your name. And that goes around very quickly. Trust me, I know. Someone talked about Phil. Sony didn't make much money out of it at all. Or is he, Steve? I think what we need to do is we need to do a reboot of Gears and put Phil Spencer instead of Marcus. I think that would be better. I think that'd be good. Look, everyone's talking about Xbox being dead. Xbox being this, Xbox being that. Xbox gamers are still getting the games they want on Game Pass. The strategy is that more games are going to go. They won't. I think they need to tell you what needs to go. What is going to go. I think they should outline that clearly. I know they're scared to outline that so they don't hemorrhage players or create an even more bad. But I think by them being more transparent or just coming out and saying, new plan, all games barring new IP, or even if it's a new IP, at this point I don't really care. Just come out and say what it is that you want to do, and then it will end all of this strife. Anything that's an Xbox Game Studio product will remain on the console and in the ecosystem. Anything that's a ZeniMax or ABK goes multiplat day one. If Xbox gamers get it day one with Game Pass, everyone else pays $70, $80, $90, whatever it's going to cost at the time. Done. End of story. No one will have a complaint. There's no more the whole slate or all this or all that jibe or all this jibbing. No more shares being damaged. In fact, they make that announcement and their share price will rocket. Right? Because that just means way more money for their shareholders. So that's what they need to do. It's really simple. I don't know why they're so scared. The console isn't dead. Why would the console be dead? Look, if the console was dead, I would say it's dead. Why is the console dead? I've been trying to get my brother, my older brother, the one older than me, to buy a PC because it's just so much more convenient. He will never buy a PC, ever. He hates PCs. He just doesn't want anything to do with PCs in his house. His trade is DIY, so he doesn't deal with anything like that. So he doesn't use them. He doesn't want them. For his kids, the first console they ever got was an Xbox 360. Then they got an Xbox One. Then they got the PS4 to go along with it. And I'm telling him, like, you can get all of these games and stuff like that. He's not interested. There are people who just do not want a PC. They just don't want it. They just want something that's a box that is simple. They can press a button and get straight into the game without any hassle. And there are more of those people than those that are wanting to game on PC. And let's be realistic. For all the PC gamers out there that keep on jiving and chiming and all of this and all of that, and there's like 200 million PC gamers out there, why are they not the biggest? Why aren't they the biggest platform for gaming? Why don't they sell the most copies? Because generally, if a game is multiplayer, they don't outsell the other platforms. You could say it's because of piracy, maybe, but then doesn't that tell you everything you need to know? PC's great. I love my PC. But there will always be a demand for a set-top box for people that just don't want a PC. And Microsoft has said multiple times, Phil Spencer has said it, Sarah has said it, a console is coming, so how can the console be dead? If a console is coming, how can it be dead? Oh, my kids walk around with their phones surgically attached to their face, yeah. That's a thing. Like my kid, right? He'll sit here in front of my PC playing Roblox all day. He'll have his phone on a stand with YouTube playing. He'll have something playing on my second screen here. And you'll just see him keyboard and mousing away. Flick, next YouTube short. Flick, next YouTube short. Flick. Like that. I'm like, how? How are you doing this? Why? And then I keep asking him the question. Look, I take out a bunch of games and I'm going, look at all these great games you can be playing. No, I want to play Roblox. Why? Cygnus, that's not true. It was 27 million that was stated by Xbox in February. So Kana's wrong. And VGC Charts has also put them at, I think, 29 or 30 million as well, as of the past month. You're only here listening because you can't be asked to search for bits. You should read what Sony says about PlayStation. They don't like. Look, consoles are. This is the thing, right? Consoles are expensive. Really, really expensive to actually make. And you kind of need to sell them. Otherwise, if they're sitting in a warehouse, you're going to lose a lot of money. But are you telling me that Sony or Microsoft wouldn't like a world where they could ditch the consoles and just say, hey, here's a mid-spec PC for £600 or $600 that will just run all of our games. And you can play Steam, you can play whatever you want, But if you want to play the Game Pass games, or Sony's going to say, we've got PlayStation Plus on there, you can play your games through that. Do you think there is a world that overall they would say no to that? Where they wouldn't have to invest all that money into R&D, all that money into design and investigation. There's a lot of money that goes into just R&D for a console before it even gets to the manufacturing phase, right? It's enormous how much money is invested there. If they could clear all that out and just have the games do the talking, do you think there is a world that they wouldn't want to do that? Right now, they're just not ready to get into... Sony is just not ready to go there. Microsoft kind of has already started that transition shift, but they've decided that they're going to do the better option and give people even more choice. You can play it on your home console, you can play it on the cloud, or you can play it on PC. They're not telling you where to play it, they're giving you the option of how to play it. The choice is yours. And Sony will follow suit. They will. They're always slow, but they'll follow suit. Send me a link. Send me a link. But I think I've just agreed. I mean, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. None of them want to make the console because it's godly expensive. And so, Cygnus, are you turning around and saying that if the consoles disappeared, Rockstar wouldn't make another game again? Or would they make the game for PC? Just assume, hypothetically, that there's no PS5 Pro, no next Xbox, and no next PlayStation. Are you telling me that and if GTA was delayed for another, if the end of the generation of the consoles was going to be this year, are you telling me that they would just say, all right, GTA 6 is out the door, we're not doing it anymore because we're not building it for PC? Of course they wouldn't. Of course they wouldn't. The problem with PC is that the amount of optimization it needs is horrendous compared to a console. A console is a single SKU machine. It's one reference. You just need it to work on that specific platform. On PC, you've got so many different configurations that just the testing alone on a low-spec machine, mid-spec machine, and the different tiers that they have adds an enormous cost to the overall development. And, time. If they were releasing this game day and date with PC, it would probably need another 18 months. They release it now on console, they get some money, and that money then goes back in to fund the PC version, so they release the PC version. That's how it works. But the moment you're releasing on the PC, it's like you're releasing it on 6 different consoles. Because each level, ultra, very high, high, medium, low, very low, those are all different consoles. Because they're all different profiles that you want it to work. And then you've got the little bit of tweaking that you've got to account for as well, with the kind of customizations that they're going to test for as well, in between, with or without ray tracing, yada, yada, yada. They add, the more profiles they add to their testing platform, the more they're actually adding as workload. Whereas when it's a console, it's one reference, and that's it. That's why the Xbox Series consoles threw a spanner in the works, because they've added 2 references into it. And that's why some developers are not happy, because essentially they're developing the game for 2 different consoles, not just one console. So now instead of developing the game for a PlayStation console and an Xbox console, they're developing it for PlayStation, Xbox, and Xbox Mini. So they've added a third console in there. And that's why some devs aren't happy, because they're actually doing double the work. Well, it's not double the work, but you get what I'm saying. More work to get it to work on the Xbox ecosystem than it is on the other side. But that's why GTA isn't coming to PC day one. The amount of work would delay it. So they're going to make the money off consoles and push it through. But if consoles decided to say, hey guys, that's it, we're out, peace, of course it's going to go to PC. They wouldn't be wasting money developing it for console, right? So they'd save that money and use it to use the thing. But do I agree that the console market isn't dying? 100%. It's not dying. All of this talk about people, on social media saying, oh, and, you're seeing, you hear Phil saying it as well. I don't believe it. I don't believe that the console market is in that position yet. I do feel like, people aren't buying the way they used to. They're not spending the way they used to. And this is evident, right? You're seeing numbers going down. Sure, the console prices are going up. I mean, sorry, the console sales have gone up, but they've not hit the heights of, the previous generation. So clearly there is a decline there overall. People are spending less buying games. It's just not happening. But are they like in the, oh my God, this is the end of time situation? No. We are still at least 1 to 2 generations, at least 2 generations, I'd say, away from that. So the panic that is going around that consoles aren't a thing anymore and people need to get rid of them and move away and all this, we're about 10 years away from that. They're all eventually going to go to the cloud, right? They're all eventually going to be there. But it's not happening tomorrow. The term Rome wasn't built in a day is very true to this. It's going to take a while to get there. And while some companies want to, bulldoze their way through and enter that era with a bludgeon, Microsoft, others want to take the more softer approach, PlayStation. Like I said in my video, Microsoft can see trends very, very early. They are very good at that. Just look at the Xbox One era. TV. You can watch TV here. You can watch TV here. You can watch Netflix, Hulu, all of this shit. And everyone was laughing at them and mocking them during the Xbox One. We don't want our consoles for games, for TVs. No, we just want games. And yet now I see so many people using their consoles to watch Netflix and YouTube and thing. So, you see the point I'm making? It's going to happen. It's just the fear-mongering and the constant noise is sometimes overwhelming from the people, from the camp that kind of want to bulldoze their way through into that era quicker, because that era generally means that their overheads are a lot lower. And that's really it. Of course, Pornhub. Who can forget about that? The number one watched site on PlayStation. Maybe I should have made this clip a little longer. Maybe I'll re-edit it. Exactly. And that pass-through wasn't a bad idea, right? And some of the features on the Xbox One were actually really cool. The Snap panel on Xbox One was great. The whole family sharing with your Xbox Live at the time was such a cool feature. With the games sharing was such a cool thing. You could share it with up to 4 family friends that was connected to your Xbox family profile. That's disappeared as well. At the time with the Xbox One, with the whole system that they had in place, when you bought a digital game, once you were done with that digital game, you could sell it, you could trade it back to the store. The license would come off your profile, but you would get money in return for it to spend on another game. How cool of an idea is that? Why haven't we gone back to that? These were really good ideas, right? There are certain digital games you have that you're never going to play again. You could trade those in for something else that you want to play. That was going to be a thing with that system back then with Xbox One. I can't see that. I don't see that. They're going to try and pad the numbers with the PS5 Pro. But here's the thing, right? If 55 million players, if 55 million PlayStation 5 sold, which is what it is right now, that's the final set of numbers. That's the official numbers that we know right now from VGC chat. It's 61.7 shipped, but 55, I think it's like 55, 56 million sold. So let's say 56 for argument's sake, because some people might get upset that I'm putting 1 million down. If half of those buy a PS5 Pro, you're not increasing your player count number. You're just getting rid of one console for another. You're basically replacing it. So sure, you're padding the number, but are you really increasing anything? You're not increasing your player number. That actually means nothing to Sony. It's just you're kind of fiddling with the numbers from people upgrading to put in it, what are we doing here? Hey, Devastator. No, the way you're doing it is a way that Microsoft can't really stop it, where you're making his console your primary console and you're logging into your console with just a profile, which means that you can play it anywhere. It's a kind of loophole workaround that I don't really know how they can block. They really can't. Unless they physically register your profile to your machine and that's it. It can't work anywhere else. But they set it up with a way where you can take your profile with your memory card to anywhere you want. So that's a loophole. And John, you regret it to this very day. No, I'm kidding. Whether it's a waste of money or not, it's the point I'm making. This was the same thing for Xbox One X, right? If people upgraded from the Xbox One or the One S to the One X, in terms of player numbers, you're not moving the needle. All you're doing is buying a console which at the time was at a loss to Microsoft and Sony. So what is Sony and Microsoft gaining by this? Oh, look, we sold an extra 30 million consoles, but we actually lost about $50 million. Is that the win that everyone thinks it is? They're not actually gaining any more customers. They're not gaining any more people onto the system. They're not gaining anyone into their ecosystem. They're not gaining any more PlayStation subs. They're just saying, okay, 20 million extra people went and bought this, got rid of their old console and bought the new one. It doesn't move the needle. And this is why I think, personally, myself, that the mid-gen refresh is a scam. But that's my opinion. And I will always say that a mid-gen refresh is a scam. And don't get me wrong, I will happily get scammed myself, but it's still a scam. And just because I'm going to walk and get, and deliberately tell the clerk and say, look, you're about to scam me. I know you are scamming me with this purchase. It's still a scam. It doesn't change the fact that it's a scam. Idea Master Chief as a playable character in the... Hey, that's what we were talking about earlier, Devastator. That's what we were talking about. Although some people suggested Doom with the chainsaw and a spiked shield. I think that might be a bit too brutal for those for that sort of game. But having Master Chief run around with a plasma grenade, I think that could absolutely work. And with the energy sword. Oh, that would be great. If Microsoft released their console in 26, I do not think Sony is going to wait until 28, 29. People like you and me are not superficial. We won't just look at the graphics and say, oh my god, this. But most of the normies are going to go, oh my god, look at the graphics on that pixel. Holy crap, that pixel magnified by 7,000. Oh wait, that's Digital Foundry. Never mind. Sorry, I thought I don't know why I went into Digital Foundry there for a second. But all jokes aside, the generation we have now is very akin to what looks the best, they will go with that. And once that, when Sony sees that, when Microsoft officially makes it clear when they're releasing their console, even if it means that the PS5 Pro is only going to have a year's life or 2 years life, it's going to just overlap with the PS6 if they're going to continue to support backwards compatibility and go down that route and release their console earlier, maybe in 27. They're going to fast track that shit real quick, real fast to get it out there. Yeah, Joshua, I just think it's a scam. I don't like mid-gen refreshes. If you are in the business to do a mid-gen refresh, just release the next console. Cygnus, yeah. I do. From everything we've heard so far from Phil and the interviews, the Game of the Year awards at the end of this year should be showcasing, potentially showcase the Xbox handheld. That's where it's supposed to be revealed at the end of this year. I can see the handheld either then coming out the following year for the holidays, or the coming out alongside the next generation console. Although I am still of the mind that what they should do, which a lot of people are very, very against, by the way, so this is just my opinion, and feel free to chime in. And you know what? I am also going to... Yeah, just the announcement goggle. Let me just put this in so, if people want to dive in and make a point, you absolutely can. You wonderfully beautiful and amazing people. But I think what they should do is actually, you can see it here. Let me bring it up. All right. So imagine you've got your handheld console. You've got a dock, and when that docks into your handheld console, connects into your dock, underneath it's got like an eGPU port that it clicks into, and then you've got a much more powerful machine running off it. When you undock it, you've got it in handheld mode. You're running it's weaker, obviously, because it's in handheld mode, but that's the trade-off. I think that's what they should go with. That's, in my opinion, that makes a lot more sense to me. But they've already confirmed that there is new hardware in terms of a console coming and a handheld. But I think they should combine it into one and have something like this. I think it would just work better. But this is the thing, Cygnus. Microsoft have already pretty much made it clear that that's happening. Yet people are still, God damn it. This is what I'm talking about. But people are still saying that it's not going to happen. It's never, they can't see it happening. If the company itself is saying it's happening, why are people still reluctant to believe it's going to happen? Now, obviously, things can change. Obviously, things can change. Things can drastically change. Everyone tomorrow could cancel their Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions. Microsoft's game studios could have a massive boycott when no one's buying their games. They will rethink that strategy real quick, real fast, if that continues for 3 to 6 months, right? But that's unlikely to happen. And people are still going to continue with the platform that has all of their invested games on it. They may choose to buy a second platform as well. You're not restricted to one console. You never should be restricted to one console unless you can't afford it. Then that's fair enough. There's no shame in that. A lot of people can only afford one console. But at the end of the day, they've said that there's a handheld and a console coming. So I really don't see why people continuously say that there's no console. So, Jez actually made an article about this a number of weeks ago, saying that the next Xbox console wouldn't have Steam on it, would not have Steam on it, and would be its standalone console, which would probably make it the last one that's going to be in that form, because the one after would probably be a hybrid. But the handheld console would be an accessory to the Xbox. So it would be, a companion, an accessory that will allow you to kind of use it with the Xbox, play your Xbox games on there. But then we come back to the same situation that we are in right now. And this is something that, I don't know how they can go about. Well, there is an easy way to get about it. Right now, the main Xbox console is the Xbox Series S. That is the flagship console. The X is the mid-gen refresh. That's the upgrade. That's the one that bolsters and makes it better. The S is the main platform because that's what you have to develop for, and then you can boost it up for the X. If you release a handheld, if you make it the same as the S and X as we have now, where you have to make it on parity, which me and Steve were discussing this earlier, we don't believe that Microsoft will ever make that mistake again. This is a hard lesson learned by them. I guarantee they are kicking themselves for that promise that they made. As long as they don't do that, then the new console will be the main console, and the handheld will basically run the games, but certain features may be missing. And it will be an accessory rather than a standalone S kind of thing. But that's what Jez believes. But it can't, when the handheld comes out, it can't be on parity. They have to get rid of that. Otherwise, the handheld becomes the main console. And that will, all the games that come out, can you imagine any game coming out would be restricted and have to run on the handheld before it can go to any other platform. So that the new Xbox console and the new PlayStation console could be, 5090 power, but they would still be restricted to the power running on the actual thing. Or they'd have to just create 2 different versions of the game, one for PlayStation, one for Xbox. Not so much like the Vita. I think it will still run the current Xbox games, but just not as well. When you say something is an accessory, it's no longer in parity. It doesn't need to be or have the same features running. And maybe just not all games will be working. But the Xbox handheld will obviously run Windows as well. So it won't even matter. Because you're going to be able to install Steam and everything else on it. It's just going to have a sandbox that will allow you to play some of your Game Pass games or your Xbox games on there that aren't on PC. It's going to be weird how they actually go about it. I'm very intrigued to see how they're going to handle the handheld. Whether it's going to be a smaller S essentially, or it's going to be an accessory, or it's going to be its own standalone thing, which I don't think they should do at all. But there's also signs that they're moving into VR as well, with them buying over 100,000 micro OLEDs. So, it's interesting with how they're going about it. It's clear that they're not done with anything just yet. Things are transitioning. And I think it was either Phil or maybe it was Tim that said the acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, ABK, has pushed our vision 10 years forward. They've saved 10 years from what they were, from what their overall vision is of where they want to be. The acquisition of ABK has accelerated that by 10 years. That's a lot. I know it cost them 70 billion, but that's a lot of years to accelerate. It's pushed them forward a lot. And so there's also, when you make a statement like that, you're also in disarray within your organization because you're trying to figure out now where you are. That takes some time. But obviously as a consumer, none of us, you shouldn't care about that. As a consumer, what you should be caring about is, am I getting the games? Are the games good? And am I getting a good service? Not how many consoles are they selling, not how much money they're making, or not a thing. Unless you're a shareholder, then you absolutely should care. But if you're not a shareholder, the only thing you should be caring about is, am I getting value for my service, for my money? I'm paying, £160 a year for Game Pass. Am I getting my money's worth? Is my Xbox delivering what I want it to deliver? If the answer is yes, then happy days. If the answer is no, then you look elsewhere. It's really that simple. What the company does with its financials and how much money it makes and, what it does, how many consoles it sells, who cares? Like, literally, who cares? Unless you're a shareholder, then you absolutely should care. But if you're not a shareholder, why do you care? I'm excited for new hardware. I'm really excited for the new handheld. I'm really excited for the new consoles, be it on Xbox, Nintendo. I want to see, or PlayStation. I want to see what it is. I've always been excited for new hardware. I was excited for the Asus ROG Ally X until I saw the price, and then I said, you're a bit crazy because you're a bit drunk. But, some people are just loco. But I think that the whole being excited for games, for being games, has been lost somewhere along the line. People now are just more excited in the financials of the company and what they're selling rather than the actual games. And it's really weird, right? I want a handheld Series X or stronger. Yeah, that's gonna be. I don't think that even exists. I mean, you might get 2 seconds of battery life, maybe. I'll have a look, dude. But you know what I mean? Like, more people today are interested in the actual financials of a company rather than the games that are coming out. And it's so weird. Like, you rarely see Nibs talking about video games. All he does is talk about stats and, like, play some games. That's what we all are here for, right? To be excited about the amazing games that are coming. I mean, you look at this over here. I'm really excited for Perfect Dark. I want to play it. I wish I could have been at Gamescom this year. I really wanted to go, but I couldn't get any time off. But you know, I'm excited to be able to go to these conventions and try these games out. Where is that? You know, where has that excitement for video games gone? It's all about just trashing, and I mean, some games deserve it, right? Some games are just bad, and it's good to give that feedback. You know, the 4 people that bought Concord probably are very happy with their purchase. But ultimately, if you know, there are games out there that you enjoyed, play them. But I see so many people talking about console sales and the financials and becoming, you know, we all go through them. I do it as well. You know, I'm not saying that I don't do it. I'm a hypocrite in my own right. Right? I do it as well. But why? Why? Why do we do it? Am I wrong? Am I wrong in what I'm saying? It is. We covered it earlier. It is. Great stuff. We knew it was coming. And look, Concord is Concord. But I just genuinely think that people just are so kind of lost with where games are. Like, how many PlayStation fans are there in the chat right now? And you know, if you own up as a PlayStation fan, I'm totally fine with people from, you know, Ponyland being here. You know, I've always said that. But how many people in here right now, if any actually, are ponies? Or more PlayStation than Xbox? Is there any? Because I have a question for you. If there is someone, I have a question. I know Steve is, but he's gone. I have a question, and it's a straightforward question, and I just wanted to ask. All you should care about is if they make enough money to keep making systems and games. This fictional internet W is worthless. I mean, even that, Diablo, to a certain extent, should you? If they're not making them, if they're not, you know, producing the games, how can I say? If you go and buy a piece of, you go to a clothes shop, let's say Nike, and you buy Nike clothes all the time, but then you realize Nike has gone out of business, but your favorite clothes are Nike. You love the material. Are you going to stop wearing clothes, or are you just going to go to the next shop like Reebok or Adidas or whatever and buy their clothes? I mean, even that to a certain extent is plausible. Did anyone actually own up? Crickets. JP, you prefer PS5. Okay, cool. Thank you. So my question to you, because that's actually going to be part of the next thing that I'm going to show on screen now. If Sony today announced that Spider-Man 2 is coming to Xbox, what impact would that have on you as a consumer? Cygnus, the same question to you. If they announced today that Spider-Man, or I don't know, think of another game, Astrobot was announced for Xbox 6 months after release or a year after release, what impact would that have on your life? Nothing. Oh, it would have a big impact on that guy. I think that guy would probably fall off the edge. Ponies would riot. But, when you break it down, that's the point. Hey, Alpha, welcome back. No impact because you can still play it on the platform of your choice and more people would be able to play it, which means more money for your platform and it means more games coming to you, right? If you're caring about the whole, what Diablo said about the company making money so they can make more games. So ultimately, it would actually benefit you as a player if the games did go out to other platforms. I still feel exclusives are important. So I am not going to dismiss that. I think exclusives are definitely important and there should always be some tentpole titles for you if you, for the publishers, as long as they value their hardware, because that helps shift the hardware. I think that's really important. If hardware is their key KPI, then that is really important because you need a USP. So that is where exclusives come in. But with a lot of these games that are coming, outside of bringing you potentially more games because the company makes more money, there is no deficit. All of this warring that you see outside, all of this drama that you see on social media, is it really worth it? In the grand scheme of things, it has a huge impact. Why does it have a huge impact? And if anyone says Genshin impact, I swear to God. Why does it have a huge impact? Tell me. In fact, come onto the show and tell me. Come on, let's have a chat. Halo? No. At the moment, I don't think it will go. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying it won't go. I'm just saying my personal opinion, I don't think it will go. I think there are select titles that they will want to hold on to. Now, if we're talking about the MCC, like the really old games, like from the Xbox One era, Xbox OG era and the 360 era, who knows? Who knows with that one? But if you're talking about the next Halo that's in development right now, that will not be going. Damn you, Devastator. Damn you. Okay. I'm guessing he was trolling me. Is it though? I'm saying to keep your tentpole titles, like your Last of Us, your Uncharted. But you're already putting those games on PC. So as a PC gamer right now, I wait, 6 months, maybe? 9 months to a year to get those games if I don't have if I don't have a PS5. Which would be the same amount of time that it would take for Xbox or anyone else to get those games. So I'm waiting for those times, and it's not just smaller exclusives or the non-tentpole exclusives that are going. Your whole slate is going to PC, just like Xbox. So what competition are you talking about? Because those games are playable on PC right now. I'm not talking day and date. I am talking, they'll be on the PlayStation platform first, like they are on Xbox, and then they'll come out at a later date once they've stopped selling. When they're not making any more money on PlayStation, they move to another platform, which is pretty much the Microsoft strategy. How would that impact? So Helldivers 2 is making no money for Sony right now. It is on PC, but no one is playing it on PlayStation. So if that game went to the Switch, for example, how would that impact you in competition? Or if it went to Xbox, how would that impact you? All that's doing is bringing PlayStation more money to bring you more games. So isn't that kind of a reverse of what you're saying? Isn't what you're saying actually contradicting what you're saying and what you want? No one is talking day and date. Although a few more successes on PC and you're going to start seeing day and date on PC as well. And that's when the fun really is going to begin. But when it comes to like the other platforms, like the Nintendo Switch 2 or the Xbox, whatever it's going to be called, at that point, once it's been on PlayStation, like, is God of War still selling? Is Helldivers still selling? Is Concord still selling? Okay, that's a bad example. But you get the point I'm making. Once they kind of hit a brick wall where they're not making any more money, why not push that game out to a new audience where it can make even more money? So you can get, instead of, hoping that you're going to get a Last of Us free, you're guaranteed to get a Last of Us free. Because that extra funding that just came in from the Switch 2 and the Xbox X2 is going to fund that game for you. And I think that's where it's going. I mean, Cygnus, that's just cope. That's 100% cope. The whole term of the word exclusive is that it is only exclusive to one platform. If those games are on another platform, I don't care what it is, it's no longer exclusive. Now you're going to say, well, then that means Xbox doesn't have any exclusives. You are 100% right. Under the legal definition of exclusive, they do not. So if that's what you're going to come back to me with, you're 100% right. They do not. But Sony are losing their exclusives one by one. And what impact is it having on the PlayStation platform? How many Xbox owners are rushing out to buy a PlayStation because of their exclusives? Is there a statistical figure to prove that? No. Have the numbers from Xbox One to the Series consoles roughly transitioned more or less the same? Yes. Case in point. Again, you're just moving the goalposts. That is literally just moving the goalposts to make yourself feel better. It is not a companion. It is a rival platform. A PC user is willing to wait enough time to get that game because they know it's going to come. I've bought a console before for one game because I wanted to play that game. I know many people that have done the same because it wasn't coming out on that platform. And if I wanted to play it, I have to do that. If Alan Wake 3 was coming out only on the Switch 2, I would buy the Switch 2 just for that game. No cap. Because I love Alan Wake. That is a series that I have to play. But if I know that 6 months later is coming to PC, I will wait. Because it's no longer exclusive. It's a timed exclusive. I'm not buying that Switch. Well, I probably would, but others wouldn't. Because I want to play it there and then. Alan Wake is just too special for me. But that's the point I'm making. That, people are looking at it with a sugar-coated way, and it really amounts to the same thing. And it boils down to, I hate Xbox, and I don't want it on there. I mean, that's all you have to say. And that's fine. But all of this, PC isn't a rival platform, the Switch isn't a rival. They are a rival platform because they are taking consumers that aren't buying PlayStation. They are a rival platform. – 100% they have, Woodpit. 100% they have. Wait, where is it? 110%. The only platform that has true exclusives, Alpha, you are correct, is Nintendo. Mate, what did I buy my GameCube for? Oh shit. In Japan, didn't the GameCube originally launch with Luigi's Mansion? Wasn't that one of the first games that launched with the GameCube? Because I've still got the Japanese box, because I've got a Japanese GameCube. I actually imported it for Luigi's Mansion because I absolutely love the look of that game. I think that's why I got my original Japanese GameCube. I think that was a launch title. It's been so long. But I've got it in a box somewhere. It was really, really good, yeah. It was really good. It was really good. And I don't regret it, right? Like I said, I've bought consoles for one game. I bought a Neo Geo Pocket just because it had a Sonic game on there. And that was pretty much the only game I had it on there for the longest time. And then I bought a couple of the other SNK fighters on there. But my whole purpose of buying that Neo Geo Pocket was because it had a Sonic game. And so I bought it just for that Sonic game. That's what I'm talking about. There are people, nutcases out there that are like me. Hey, it's up, Twapio. But we have this over here. And from Oliver. Darkor, I was sent this a little while ago. Thank you for the tag. According to Mr. Boomstick, in 2025, Sony will release Spider-Man Remastered, Spider-Man's Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2 on Xbox Series X and X. I don't see it, but let's see what they've got to say. In the past, he also claimed Sony is going to shadow drop Helldivers 2 on Game Pass. Yeah, see, I didn't make that shit rumor up. Just putting it out there. It wasn't me that made that up. Hey, I loved my PSP. Oh, PSP. I bought that for Ridge Racer. That was the game that's, I saw Ridge Racer. I'm a massive fan of Ridge Racer. Absolutely love it. I don't care what platform Ridge Racer comes on, I will buy it. I love Ridge Racer. It's my favorite racing game. The way you can just drift in that game is beyond moronic. I love it. I love arcade races. Scud Race, Daytona USA, those games I absolutely love, those sorts of games. And I bought my PSP for, I imported it from Japan so I could play Ridge Racer, and I 100%ed it. Like, I couldn't get off it. But yeah, I'm crazy like that. But anyway, let's listen to this thing.
Launch on Xbox next year. This is my opinion. I'm not sitting in the room with Hiroki, but if I was, I'd be like, Hiroki, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an Xbox guy. I have those games. I've platinumed almost 2 of them because I need 2 more trophies and miles, and I'll finish off Spider-Man eventually. I'll rebuy those games. I'm a customer. Sell them to me on Xbox. You know what Hiroki's going to say? Well, these games, they're just collecting dust. Look, don't be insulted by what I'm about to say, ladies and gentlemen, but here's the truth. Spider-Man 2018, Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2 are stacks of newspaper that are sitting in the rain. They're not, people bought them already. No one is rebuying those games on PlayStation.
What did I just say? I swear to God, I have not seen this clip. I have not seen it. I literally have not seen this clip. Someone in chat I think it was Whole Grain Bread, that just tagged me on this. I have not seen this clip. I have not seen it. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. Gaming 85. I think you can. I mean, I don't know if you can get the games on PlayStation Network, but Metal Gear Acid, for those that do have a Vita or have access to playing Vita games, is a game you absolutely should play. It's phenomenal. Metal Gear Acid 1 and 2. It's a strategy game. You basically get cards and you move around using the cards to do attacks and stuff. But it is a phenomenal game. You absolutely should play it. But I haven't seen this, but he's saying exactly what I'm saying.
They've taken those games out of their service when Spider-Man 2 launched to make you buy the games again. No one is buying those games. You know who would buy those games? People on Switch 2, people on Xbox. Those are customers that Sony doesn't have to, they need to find. That is an absolute fact. That is not.
Okay, I don't believe that they need to find. I think that they would do good in finding it. I don't think they have to. They're in a pretty strong position right now, so I don't think they have to. But it's wasting money. You know, it's just waiting for money to be printed. And then that money that they get from those free games will go to fund Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 3 for the PlayStation players. Because those games aren't doing anything anymore. Oh, it was you gaming? Thanks.
Not being insulting, that is not, piling on PlayStation. They need to find new revenue with old games. They need to find new customers selling older games that are no longer moving the needle on their platform. Those are just 3 of them. And Sony is going to follow, just like they've done time and time again, and copy almost verbatim what Xbox is doing. And when that happens, people in this chat that are rah-rah on PlayStation will be like, yeah, PlayStation, you see, we won. And we talked about this, and then and of course, my ideology was poo-pooed and clipped and put out there by the trolls. Look at this jackass boomstick. He don't know what he's talking about. I never said it, as a matter of fact. It's my personal opinion, but I'm also a businessman, and that makes business sense to me. But
it's funny because you played that clip, right, of Phil when he
yes,
was at Gamescom, right, in the beginning, and had that interview, right, with Sarah Bond and.
Okay, so that's that. Devastator, thank you for that $2 super chat. Sony needs sales to keep Marvel licensed too. Is that actually part of their clause? If that is, that kind of sucks. Man, that Disney deal just gets worse and worse every time I'm hearing about it. There's a double constant in here, and I don't know how people can't understand why Xbox gamers wouldn't be pissed. I understand why they're pissed. I've never said for a second. At what point did I say today that they're not pissed? Or they shouldn't be pissed? At what point did I ever even insinuate that people aren't upset? Or they shouldn't be upset? I'm just saying that the reality is more games are going to go. And regardless of how they're going to look at it, if that's a massive deal breaker for them, then things aren't going to change. Whether they're pissed or not isn't going to change anything. That's just the facts. But the one thing that I think PlayStation fans, I mean, sorry, not PlayStation fans, Xbox fans rightfully will get annoyed at is the fact that, you know, Blade is going to go to PlayStation 100%. With Indiana Jones going as well, PlayStation, if they're not going to give anything to Xbox gamers, if you're a Marvel fan, that is the place to be. They'll have Spider-Man, they'll have X-Men, they'll have Indiana Jones, they'll have Blade, and anything else that's coming along the way. They've got Venom. So in that regard, if they're not going to give anything and constantly take, then yeah, Xbox fans have definitely got a right to get pissed off. Because it does devalue at that point your proposition with the console platform. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be upset. That's not what I'm saying. Pre-order your PlayStation Pro today? Exactly. You know, I think people, if they're upset, should go and make it clear on social media that they're not happy with the decision, with this thing, and demand better. It's not going to change the game's going, but maybe those conversations that need to happen will happen. Hiroki is not the same as Jim Ryan. Hiroki is way more numbers focused than Jim Ryan was. It's not really on PC Game Pass. It's not actually on PC Game Pass, so it's just on the Microsoft storefront. So it appears on the Game Pass storefront as well, because they're kind of the same thing. You can't play it for free through PC Game Pass. You still have to pay 50 quid for it. So that's incorrect. And at 12 million, it's probably only now just broken even. It's taken all this time for them to actually meet the quota for Disney's royalties. That's good business. You tell me. This sounds a little unfortunate, my dude. That sounds a little unfortunate. But hey, at least your cat is just eating it. It didn't do what Taz's dog did to him and ran off with his kebab. Maybe they don't want to sell. I mean, I used to have a huge collection of video games, and like it used to be like a whole bookcase worth of just a massive collection that I was never playing, but I liked seeing that collection there. And so one day, it just stood there and stood there and stood there, and well, they're just rotting. I don't sell games. Even physicals. I don't trade them in, I don't sell them. I don't buy games to trade. I just buy them and forget about them. I play them and they're done. And I just leave them there. But again, that's me. I'm weird like that. I'm weird like that. But I do feel like digital, they should introduce a system, and I'm surprised Steam hasn't done it yet. I know Microsoft was going to do it, but I thought Steam by now would have done something where you can trade your digital licensing for a little bit of money. But now all of my games are in a box, they're in storage, and do you know what? Whether they're there, I don't miss them, I don't care about them, I don't think about them. Up until now, they didn't even cross into my memory. Looking around this property that I'm living in temporarily, not even a single second of my day has gone by where I said, oh man, I wish I had those games to just put up there for the sake of it just being there. I did say that for my figurines, but not for the games. Valve has always cared about money. They do some great things, but they do care about money. I mean, the fact that they had to go to court and, to not give you 2-hour refunds, and they tried to fight that in court, tells you everything you need to know. But, they do a lot of good stuff as well. I always buy digital now. Cygnus. Very few games I ever buy physical. And even if I buy the physical version, I end up buying the digital version also because I can't be bothered to put the disc into the drive. Yeah, I am that lazy. When that day comes, Talos, I probably won't care about that game enough to even bother. And if you're referring to when the Xbox players couldn't actually go online because the whole thing was down, they could have just set their console to offline mode and, they could have run their games. But go try playing Apex without an online connection. Or that disc you have when, 2 generations down the line when the consoles come out digital only and they support backwards compatibility. Good luck putting that disc into a drive that doesn't have a drive. Sony and Microsoft lose so much money through the secondhand market. Do you honestly believe that that is not a market that they are going to crack down on? Like, realistically, the amount of money that they lose to secondhand games, do you genuinely believe that they are not going to tackle that soon? Congratulations, Cygnus. PlayStation can do what Xbox and PC can do. And the Switch. I'm happy for you. Now, once again, go play Apex Legends without an internet connection. And offline. Have a good night, gaming. Redundancy. What was the last £70 digital game I bought? I mean, even Final Fantasy VII Rebirth cost me £40 digitally, day one. Like, I think I bought it a day before it came out, digital from. Was it digital? I can't remember now. Or was it physical? Might have been physical. I can't remember. But I remember paying like £40 for it, day one. You dropped over 10K on a game? Damn, you crazy. We have a whale in chat. I still need to pre-order that, Donald. I should do that. I do think digital games should be cheaper. Right? I think digital games should at least be £10 cheaper than physical. I think it's wrong to charge for digital the same price as it is for physical. That's just greed. And I don't know why it is. I'm pretty sure there's some legal reason jargon in there. But if there isn't, I feel like we are it's not right to charge £70 for a digital game when the physical one costs the same and you get more. Yeah, I paid $250 for Starfield Collector's Edition. It's really weird because years ago when digital gaming first kicked in, I think with the 360, I was like, I am never buying a digital ever. And I remember I was I was at my mate's house, and we were playing. I can't remember what it was, but we was playing on a Japanese imported game. It was one of those upward scrolling shooters that the Xbox used to have, and I remember it vividly where we were talking about digital games and how we would never do it, physical all the way. And over time, I went from being 100% physical to now about maybe 3% physical. And the only physical I really buy is either games that I just want there for collecting purposes, like Final Fantasy, for example, like Final Fantasy 14, or like Alan Wake, where they released. I bought that digitally for £50 on Epic Game Store, so I could play it on GeForce Now, or the physical edition for the thing, for the statue and stuff. But otherwise, I just go all digital now. It just really doesn't bother me. Obviously, the danger is if your account gets hacked, you lose everything. So that's a real danger. So kind of need to be careful with that. Really careful. But outside of that, really, you're okay. I'm okay. I've got no regrets in going digital. And half the time with Steam, you get the games cheaper anyway. If you're a PC gamer, they've been digital all along. They get their games cheaper, and that's how it should be on console. Take it easy, SlightlyHandsomeJack. But some Starfield stuff for, before we come to the end of the stream. I know a lot of you have seen this, actually experienced this already, but I haven't. And this is kind of cool. You can now swim across land masses. That's really damn cool. Actually, Brick, one of the original reason, at least in Europe, do you remember? I think they still exist. They should still exist. But there's a company in the UK called Game. I mean, you must have heard of it. I'd be very surprised if you haven't. But Game and a few other retailers banded together when Microsoft was going to reduce the prices of digital games. At the time, games were £60 physical, And so they were going to make the digital ones £50. And Game and a few other big retailers, gaming retailers, basically filed a petition to the government to prevent Microsoft from doing that because it would damage their store sales and reduce competition. And so in the UK, at least, thanks to Game, we are paying the same price because of Game, because that complaint that was put through by them was actually accepted. Otherwise, digital games in the UK would be marked cheaper than they would be for the physical. But Game is the reason why we are paying the same price in the UK, because they were the ones leading the charge. But the regulators found in favor of the stores, the businesses. I mean, Joshua, as far as Microsoft and everyone was concerned in the UK, it just meant more money for them, right? They were like, hey, if the regulators want us to make more money and overcharge our consumers, well, okay, we'll charge more money because that's what the regulators want, because they're dumbasses. Yeah, game is gone. The game is practically gone now, right? It does, Brick, yeah. So Microsoft nearly lowered digital game prices. Those regulators needed to be fired. Yeah, they did. Microsoft was going to make the game £60. Sorry, £50. £10 cheaper because it was a digital game, right? You're not getting that saving that you got from the no boxes and the no manufacturing of the boxes, the manuals, the disc, and all of that. That was going to get passed on to the consumer. Just like how Alan Wake, where instead of charging you $70 for that game, the money that they saved in the manufacturing and production of the discs, they passed that on to the consumer by making the game $49.99, which is nice. That is fair. But back then, the price was going to be a standardized thing. And retailers basically stepped in and said, no, it would damage our sales and our business. So they shouldn't be allowed to do that. And they found in favor of them. I have no debt. Gamer debt. Dead Space. I like it. So what if someone buys a physical game or $70 in store credit? Does that mean they're broke or good? I'm confused by this logic. I don't know what that's referring to. I don't know what that's referring to. Hey, Talos. He's ready to run a lawsuit. Like, a lot of times, these regulators are supposed to be pro-consumer. But you find a lot of the times, they're just weird. I remember GameStation. We used to have one in Lewisham. I don't think they're still there anymore. There was one in Bromley as well. Again, I don't think it's there anymore, but I remember them. Marry Rich? Yeah, that would solve all of our problems. Someone has to actually work. John, there are a lot of people who buy games on credit cards and then can't pay for it. For those of you that didn't know, there is now an official Xbox Series S performance mode that can run up to I don't think it actually hits 120 FPS, but it's nice seeing that 6 months later or a year later they managed to get it working above 60 FPS. Kind of wish they got that working day one. But hey, this is something that I want Xbox to fix, though. Like, I don't know how everyone else feels about this, but this is something that I want Xbox to fix now. Like, right now. I want them to fix this, and so no future games have to go through that again. I'm tired of games coming out on Xbox where their games are 30 FPS, and then 6 months to a year later, oh no, look, magically we can actually get the game working at 60 FPS. I want that changed. I do not want this to continue. I'm kind of tired of it. And then they come out with all this creative PR bullshit that says, oh, it's our creative decision to create it with this filmic this, and oh, we made the creative decision to do this, when you just couldn't be bothered to optimize it to 60 FPS. GameStation was bought out by Game. I didn't know that. Kels, if you went to game stations in Bromley, you live near me, bro. Oh, really? You was there? There was you pass the glades and go straight down, and then you got like the little kind of road junction a bit. You cross that and keep walking, and it was on the left-hand side, right? If I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've gone down Bromley, but yeah, it was like where Glades is on the left when you're walking from the car park. If you go straight, it's a bit of a walk down, but it's on the left next to like it used to be on the left next to like a greengrocers and stuff, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's rubbish. I think that's absolutely rubbish, Cygnus. Because in 6 months to a year, it's going to be 60 FPS. And I don't understand why they're doing that. I don't. It's irritating. It irritates me. Do you think a native mobile console would use Series S settings? What do you mean by a mobile console, biggest garlic? I mean, it depends on what the mobile console is and what the specs are. But if it wouldn't use the X settings, it would definitely use the S settings. So yeah, unlike other content creators, be it on the PlayStation side or the Xbox side, I'm happy to call out bad practices on either side. I'm happy to call out things that I'm not happy with. I'm a straight shooter. If I think something is bad, I will say it's bad. I know some people don't like that, but I appreciate the ones that do just want to listen to the truth. What's the word? Bird's the word. Everybody's heard about the bird. Oh, Black Myth Wukong. I've heard horrible things. I've heard that game drops down to 20 FPS in performance mode on the PS5. That's rough. The Xbox handheld? I think the Xbox handheld will be... Well, I think it will be more powerful than the S, considering it's coming out a lot later. But it just depends on what the technology is at the time, right? What tech they're going with and what APU they're going with. The rumored handheld, I think it'll be a little more powerful than the S. I think it'll definitely have more RAM than the S. I don't think they'll make that mistake again either. So overall, I think it'll be higher specs. Basically, yeah. Mate, I went into a store and they were like having a massive Nintendo sale. I think it was Computer Exchange, right? in somewhere local to here, or was it in Bexley Heath? I think it was not Bexley Heath, Blackheath. I went to Blackheath for a hospital appointment, and I came out and I'd said to the missus, "Let's just go get some breakfast," because it was really early. So we went, and on the window it said "Big Nintendo sale," and I was like, "Okay." And I walked in, and I was like, "Yeah, this game, $49.99." I said, "Where's the sale?" And they said, "That is the sale." Mate, you said biggest Nintendo sale. That's like £10 off the retail price. What are you doing? You're selling me a second-hand game for £10 less. That's the biggest sale. It's like when I went into game not long ago in Blue Water, and I'm like, "Oh, they've got some Nintendo games on sale. Retail price $69.99, on sale $64.99. Good job, 10 out of 10. I'm loving that sales practice." From the rumors, well, from the mumblings that I've heard, it's going to be a combination of Nvidia and Intel. And considering their heavy partnership at the moment with Nvidia and the way they're working, I can also, I wouldn't rule out GeForce Now replacing xCloud in some fashion or being available as a Game Pass Ultimate perk sometime in the future. If they actually get that ball rolling, the Game Pass GeForce Now as a perk with Game Pass Ultimate, you can see their transition probably push ahead around 5 years. They'll leapfrog another 5 years at the base minimum to what their vision is. Because at the moment, where their vision is, they can't reach it for another 14 years. They're kind of shackled to where they want to be. Well, that and the infrastructure of everything else. But if they can get that partnership solidified with Nvidia, and if that becomes like a perk for Game Pass Ultimate subscribers, then you can see that their vision is going to be accelerated by around 5 years easily. So that partnership seems to be going really well. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to sell their soul to Apple. I mean, if you ask the PlayStation fan, who would you rather sell your soul to, Apple or Xbox? I think they'd have a hard decision to make. If you asked an Xbox fan, PlayStation or Apple, I'm not sure which one they would hate more. Whichever one they don't like more, they'll go with that one. What is Stellar Blade right now, Devin? Better not be saying nothing bad about my Eve. Hey, damn good. How's it going? Windows is bringing ARM, but it doesn't work very well yet. Not for gaming. For standard processing, Office and stuff like that, it's working fine. But for gaming, it's not there yet. It needs at least a few more iterations. And Cygnus, you still haven't said whether you would go pick Apple or Xbox. I don't like Apple at all. Oh, really? $64.99. Yeah, but still, we're talking about Nintendo here. We're talking about Nintendo. What's people's thoughts on Talborn? We've seen the gameplay. We've seen what it's like. What's your thoughts on it? And how do you feel about Steam getting early access before Xbox? I think that's a kick in the balls. A massive, massive kick in the balls. Like, that kick in the balls is so hard that I felt it from not even being touched in the balls. Yeah, I don't understand why Genshin has 120 on an iPhone, but everywhere else is 60. Did they pay for that exclusivity or something? Is that a thing? I don't understand it, because I'll be honest with you. I get it, my 3090 Ti actually genuinely struggles to run Golem. But I don't think it has any problems running Genshin. So, I don't know. But yeah, it definitely struggled running Golem at ultra settings. I'm not going to put it through that again because my graphics card didn't like it at all. Annoyed it's on Steam first since it's an Xbox game makes no sense. I agree. My better half, Devin. Be glad that Microsoft got it. Is on Game Pass day one and players have to pay $70. Big difference. This is blown out of proportion. Fanboys need to chill. What are we talking about? Damn good. You'll be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, I don't know about. I kind of wait. Ain't Monster Hunter Wilds coming out next year? In January, or has that been? Is it earlier? What do you mean they didn't mention Xbox? It was there in the trailer. Game Pass, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam. What do you mean they're not giving any mention to Xbox? That's just fabrication. Brick, they can do, yeah. Warhammer's going to be good. Nah, Golem graphically murdered my PC. Not even Cyberpunk murdered my PC, but that did. I missed your question. Let me have a look. What was your question? But I did piss a lot of you guys off with my last two videos, huh? Maybe I didn't. It's not propped up. I'm looking at the channel activity. The last question I see, the message I think is Genshin Impact is huge on Xbox. You missed my question, scroll up. Be glad that Microsoft got it on Game Pass day one, and ponies have to pay $70. Big difference. I didn't see anything before that. Maybe it was held or something. Did I what? Diablo. Oh yeah, I've had a mass exodus of subs over the last 2 videos. If people can't handle my truth, then that's okay. It is what it is. I don't like to sugarcoat things. I like to say things how they are. Chaos, let me ask you something. What would have happened if Sony got the Indiana Jones license? No Xbox version or worse after 1 or 2 years? Yeah, 100%. I agree. That would have happened. Easily. Because they would believe that they could actually shift enough units to cover what it will actually cost to pay for the royalties. I'm guessing Microsoft doesn't believe that they can do that. That's really it. I'm guessing Microsoft just doesn't believe that they can actually sell enough in order to make it to meet their quota. And it's a shame that they don't think that they can, but what can you do? But if Sony got it, I can guarantee that it would not be going anywhere else but PlayStation. That much is obvious, right? I don't know. I'm just looking at the statistics from those 2 videos. The number of people, the exodus was a thing. But it's okay. I mean, it is what it is. I'm going to tell the truth. And this is why this is why when I see people coming in here, oh, you're just an expert. Oh, you never say anything bad about this, or you never say anything bad about that. It's always bad about PlayStation. No, that's not true. And the people in here can tell you that that's not true. If it was true, I would have 10,000 subs by now, maybe even more. But it's because that's not true. Why I'm not getting, I'm not growing as fast as I can, because people don't like hearing the truth at times. And when I say that these Xbox developers should be pushing 60 FPS day one at launch and doing it 6 months to a year later is a slap in the face, people don't like that. But it's the truth. Don't tell me that you can't do it and then magically 6 months later you've grown a light bulb in your head and you can do it. That's not how this works. How early is that video, Devastator? I only broke that rule once. I don't want to break it again. That one's fine. That one's fine. Just checked it. It's fine. In hindsight, with my video, I probably should have... my review, should have re-recorded it. But it was such a good first take. Nah, Diablo, I knew that video wasn't going to do well before I posted it because it was too long. But I can't believe we turned a 10-minute, an 8-minute reaction into an hour long. I didn't realize it was actually that long. That took forever. Chille was on a rampage. If Hellblade 2 is profitable, not if, it is profitable. Why Indiana Jones not sell on Xbox Chaos? Somebody pushing Microsoft? No. Okay, look. Before I jump into that React video, because that's where we're going to end it, let me just dig this up now for you, and I will show you why. Let's see. Is this the one? No. I know you can't see. I'm just searching for it real quick. There's something. It's important to what I'm trying to push forward. All right. Here we go. So this is for the X-Men, right? So we're just going to use this as as a visible example. This is part of the leaks, but this is what Marvel's royalty, now Disney, get with every copy sold. So for digital games, they take 18% of the net sales, and then once their quota has been met, they then take 9%. With physical games, they take 26% of the net sales and then 19% after the quota's met. For DLC, they take 26% of net and then 19% once the quota's met. When you bundle the game with a console, they take 50% of the wholesale bundle price of the game. And then once their quota's met, it's 35%. And then they have a certain figure that they need to meet. And that generally requires around 7 to 8 million digital sales. But if you're looking at it where the games are going to be sold digital, physical, DLC, hardware bundles, when you're putting it all together, the game needs to sell roughly, depending on what was agreed, around 10 to 12 million units. Spider-Man recently broke about 12 million units. That's only just about now broken even when you're looking at the grand scheme of things. That's a lot of games. And if you don't meet that quota, you get fined as well. Spider-Man 2 had a $450 million fine if they couldn't meet that quota in a certain time frame. My guess is that Microsoft genuinely didn't believe that within the Xbox ecosystem that they could sell X amount of million copies within that time. And that's why Indiana Jones is going over to PlayStation. And if they could, they would have put it on the Switch as well. But that thing pretty much is an Etch-a-Sketch. So, if you can run it on the Switch, then you can run it on the Samsung fridge. But that's the reason why Indiana Jones is going. Not because it won't sell. It will sell. In fact, it will sell Game Pass subscriptions. I reckon it would have sold consoles. But none of those subscriptions or consoles matter. What they need is to sell around anywhere, but Indie's definitely smaller than Spider-Man, so maybe combined, maybe 8 million copies. That's a tall stretch for Xbox right now, and that's why. That's why. I hope that explains it in a much more easier form. Just look at it. So 621 million comprised of 120 million development commitment for required title, another 120 million for aggregate of the provisional fourth title, 30 million marketing commitment, another 15 million for that, and then there's a 9 million recoupable advance for each required title, another 9 million aggregate. The games need to release by 2035. and sell all games through at least 2038 and later if Marvel allows us to continue. But if they don't release by 2035, they are going to be fined. So if these games aren't ready by 2035, whatever other games that they've actually got in that license package for them to release that they agreed to that we don't know about, they're in line for a huge fine. Between now and December 31, Marvel cannot release X-Men, blah, 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 blah. You know, this is a really nasty... I mean, the Marvel royalty here is horrible. I mean, just look at the physical sales, right? A game goes to a physical retailer at £70. The retailer takes roughly £20 off that. So the net value that's left for the publisher is 50 quid. Marvel then say, right, I want 26% of that 50 quid. So you're left with an even smaller chunk. And that smaller chunk has to cover your development cost. So that's why in order for them to break even, what would have probably cost them, like, all they needed to sell was like maybe 4 or 5 million units. Now they had to sell 12, maybe even more, depending on how many of those 12 million were actually bundled or physical sales. So the more physical sales you're actually buying with Sony, the more you're hurting Sony when it comes to Spider-Man. The more physical sales that people bought, they're actually hurting them. It's really nasty. And, you know, when Microsoft bought ZeniMax, when they went and made that decision for Indiana Jones and made it exclusive, I think they run a risk analysis and they said, you know what? If we don't actually hit that quota, we're happy to pay that fine. It's okay. But then 70 billion came out. They're not happy to pay that fine anymore. So now they have to reorganize and say, do you know what? We can't just constantly throw money away. We are one of the richest companies in the world, but throwing $500 million away ain't it. Whereas previously, because they had that 70 billion cash flow, it was okay, right? But now it's not. So the risks they could take in the past before the ABK decision, they can't take those risks now because now they have to start actually making more money to give back to the company for the 70 billion loan that they've taken. But I'm hoping that makes a lot of sense, chat. I think that covers why. So where in Sony's situation, games like Spider-Man, they know are going to sell. X-Men is going to sell. Wolverine is going to sell. They know it's going to sell, and they've got the console base for it to sell. Microsoft Xbox does not. Game Pass does cannibalize sales. It does. No matter how much you want to say it doesn't, it does. And that Game Pass subscription money doesn't go towards this digital games percentage. It just does. It doesn't go towards this quota. Do you remember Outriders? When they had to sell a certain number of copies to get their bonus, right? Or to actually break even and make profit. And then Microsoft went and made a deal with Square Enix to put the game on Game Pass. And the CEO of Outriders was stupid enough not to actually have that contract fine print, checked with tooth and nail. And there was a loophole in there where the Game Pass money doesn't count towards the overall sales of the game. And so they ended up actually, as a company, development company, taking a loss. Square Enix took that Game Pass money. They were happy. Then they took whatever sales money they got. They were happy. But the Outriders team, they ended up actually making a hefty loss from the game because Square Enix screwed them over with them not reading the fine print. So this is why Game Pass can't be relied upon in this situation unless it's actually factored in, and no one's going to factor that in. They just want to get the physical sales in. No. As long as you are making the contract correctly, and you're not leaving any room for error, you're all right. They just didn't do their job, right? Their lawyers didn't do their job. The lawyers are as much to blame as anyone else, but this was really crafty from Square Enix. They found an opportunity to put the game over there to recover more money, and they took it. Businesses don't care about anyone. They just care about their pockets. Jim, I agree. They could do what Concord did, right? They got the Fisher-Price version of Guardians of the Galaxy. Hey, Punkalicious, take it easy. Not leaving any room for... do you know what? I'm going to buy that tomorrow. Question is, do we stream it during one of these shows, or do I stream it on a Twitch show? Maybe we'll do like a special Friday thing and stream it here. I'll get it done. Take it easy, Talos. All right. So, last thing for the night. His review. I want to see how. Let's see how good it is. Let's see how good it is. And folks, let's see. Man, we had over 100 people and only 52 likes. You guys wound me. Get those likes in, people. I'm not even asking for a super chat here, just for a free like. Anyway, let's go.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about Concord, the next big PlayStation 5 exclusive, because this game is just bafflingly bad. I have now played about 40 hours of the beta and a little over 10 hours of the live game, and after having had a chance to test all 16 characters, win a lot of matches, and just generally go through the ins and outs, I gotta say, this game is incredibly undercooked, misbalanced, and frankly, not fun. But let me explain why. I hope you're having a great day, and if you could please, give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. You know, it would actually mean a lot if we could get this to 3,000 likes, because this has been a rather frustrating review. At this point, I have been playing different stuff for 10 years professionally. I've been a YouTuber for about 12 years, and I've seen a lot of very failed online-only shooters. Stuff like...
This game is going to die horribly badly. Like, there's nothing here. There's really, really nothing here.
I mean, Lawbreakers, Battleborn, The Crucible, The Culling 2, Radical Heights, Evolve, just on and on and on. My point is the fact that so many of these companies are obsessed with trying to make some sort of living universe, some sort of game where they can sell you microtransactions and battle passes forever, and almost all of them immediately fail because even if this is good, even if Concord has its moments of excitement, the issue is the fact that, quite frankly, it's obviously not good enough. All these live service games are constantly competing for your attention, and this one just feels like another lazy, watered-down cash grab. PlayStation is so fixated on live service games. They've said they're working on like 10 of these, and honestly, so many of them feel like a weird, pointless pivot. PlayStation has...
Did you see that? He actually hit the arch enemy Mitch. He hit him and took no damage at all. That's what was happening to me. The hit detection is even off on this game. But Devin, thank you very much for that $1 super sticker. £1 super sticker? $1 super sticker? Thank you very much.
Has made billions of dollars with their actually good single-player stuff. God of War, Uncharted, Spider-Man, that's what actually makes the money. But I think part of my frustration is that Concord, it never feels like a completed concept. So in Concord, this is a 5v5 hero shooter, meaning that instead of just being like your typical FPS with people that are all blasting each other, they have special abilities. So I have played all 16 characters. They're different to like quirky space heroes, but you get people like Tio. He's this soldier who can throw smoke bombs and
basically a Call of Duty guy.
Very deadly grenades. There's somebody like Starchild, a damage soaker. He's able to turn into diamond and rush into combat and use like a shotgun and bash people about. There's all sorts of people. Da, who can heal people. The Duchess, who's able to use like this special ability where she makes walls that you can walk through, but the enemies can't. What makes this game special, the primary unique component, is this crew bonus system. So while you're playing it, in the middle of a match, whenever you die, you can switch between heroes. You can't have two of anything, so it means like if one person's playing as Tio or one person's playing as the lady who can make firewalls, who's one of my personal favorites. Her name is pronounced like Hager. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the thing is that because you're constantly able to switch, there's this attack and reaction to it. So if the enemy is using a bunch of overly defensive abilities, if they've got two tanks and a bunch of heroes and they're just trying to hide in a corner, you can switch to people like the sniper and throw down some landmines or try and just get some delicate hits by throwing a bunch of bombs and stuff behind them. So because of this, you're constantly switching, and whenever you're picking a hero, on the screen, you'll see this crew bonus thing. Each character, there's like different subtypes, and these people all have different bonuses. Certain heroes make it so you can aim faster or reload faster or get healed more. So you constantly need to worry about the balance of the other teammates. But this has an incredibly quick time to kill. Typically in hero shooters, part of the emphasis of it is the teamwork, the ability to play with your buddy.
The time to kill is not quick, unless you're being team shot, but that's obvious. You've got 5 people shooting you at the same time.
In conjunction to win matches. 1v1 fights is typically not incredibly important in a lot of these hero shooters because it is about the unit. It is about working together as a cohesive unit.
Why does he sound like he's crying?
But now, because the time to kill is so incredibly quick, it really is just basically a shooter with special weird abilities. Now, the two parts of this that are kind of cool and kind of terrible is the fact that the major difference of Concord against other hero shooters is that your stuff stays. So a lot of these characters have special abilities that they can drop on the ground, placing stuff like landmines or shields or special barriers and stuff like that, and they stay even if you die or even if you switch characters, which means that part of the tactic of Concord is very early on pushing into a fight, figuring out what the enemy team is picking, and then a lot of times establishing a bunch of traps, putting down a bunch of barriers or suction machines or stuff that's going to slow them down or funnel.
And this is why I said in my review that the actual crew system is pretty damn cool because it adds a strategic element to it. I just think where it's actually a really, really good thing for the game, it's also a really, really bad thing. Because if you're just jumping on there with a bunch of randos and all you want to do is have a hero shooter where you can just go out and go pew, pew, pew and have a good time, you're going to have a really, really bad time. So there's so much that is actually stacked against this game.
Them into a particular part of the map and then maybe switching to a different character that
this game was suggested to me through chat, so we're just reacting to it. It wasn't my choice, it was chat's choice.
Fits their meta a bit better. The problem with this is that there are no ultimate abilities. Typically in hero shooters, one of the biggest mechanics of it is that by sticking with a particular character in a match, you'll get some sort of super skill, a bigger ability that charges up, that makes it where you can actually sway the outcome of the fight.
And this is something that I'm actually agreeing with a lot of what he's saying, which is really weird and odd, but, you know, the super abilities being missing here means that you can't actually have that hero moment in a hero shooter where you can go in and just do a super and wipe the whole team out while they're all huddled in one place. Like, you know, have like a thunder crash like Evan Descent, just go straight in, land, have massive explosion, take them all out if that's what they're going to do. You know, to try and turn the tide of battle. You just cannot do it. If they're moving around in a team and your team is not, there is zero chance that you can do anything to overcome it. You will lose in a most painful way. And if you're just jumping in and trying to have, you know, a decent game, you are going to have a bad time. And if that's your first, second, third, or fourth impression, I don't think you're going to be holding on to that game for very long.
If you're losing, saving up a super attack a lot of times can help catch up. It can sort of just sway things. It's this interesting rubber band of one person gets ahead, one person gets behind, and ultimate attack can kind of level things out. The lack of super abilities makes it so that every character, in my opinion, feels a bunch more useless, feels weaker, feels crappier. Even if you're getting a bunch of kills, like I've gotten a bunch of kills.
I agree. It's exactly what I said in my video.
Streaks and stuff like that. Everything about this feels incredibly weak, and I think part of it comes down to the fact that the game modes are just not fun.
Did you see that, chat? Look at the performance. Like, why is it dropping? Look at it.
And I think part of it comes down to the fact that the game modes are just not fun. So there is a...
At that point there, when it was walking past a little thing, it drops down below 60. Like, this game shouldn't even be dropping below 60. Yeah, I've had it when I was playing yesterday, dropping to like 40s in certain scenes. 40s!
Bunch of training modules. If you ever want to practice this, there are like time trials and target ranges and stuff like that. But even training feels kind of useless because winning isn't fun. So the modes are essentially kill modes where you're just trying to kill the enemy team for like 30 kills as fast as possible, or there's objective modes, but the objective modes are just capture the points. Now, you get to respawn in these matches. The ranked mode, which doesn't work right now for me, that's where there's permadeath. I played a lot of this in the beta, but it makes it where it's like Counter-Strike, where whenever you die, you can't respawn. You actually have to wait until the next round. So that's where it does feel like the meta is currently based around, like, okay,
it's not that it's not working. No one is playing the game. It took me 2 minutes almost per round to get into a game on just quick play yesterday. 2 minutes for a game that's in early access that should be bustling right now. The reason why you can't get into ranked PvP is because no one is playing the game. It's not that it's broken. No one's playing it. No one wants it. I mean, the characters just look awful. I don't know. I think if the characters had a lot more appeal to them and were a lot more inviting, I think this game may have actually appealed to a lot more people. But the fact that they've designed to just go for a full extreme checkbox exercise with this game, it's really hurt them. And I'm hoping that any other company that comes along that actually sees Concord as an example is going to avoid that like the plague, because they absolutely should.
Now I need to communicate. I need to actually coordinate which classes, which characters, which buffs, which bonuses are actually crucial. But the weird thing is that even with that permadeath mode, which is interesting, nobody's playing it. Nothing about this game actually manages to excite me. I think one of the parts of this that I do give them credit for is that Concord is not filled with crappy eShop items. You know, a lot of these live service games, they just immediately shove a bunch of microtransactions down your...
He's not being truthful. It is because it's not open during early access, and Reddit data miners for PC have already data mined the microtransaction store. It does have a microtransaction store. It's already been data mined. It's just not available for the reviewers right now, so they don't actually knock a point off. I did.
your throat constantly, like, oh, check out the store page, oh, new thing unlocked. In this, you pay $40 for the game itself. You can buy it on PC or you can buy it on PS5, and then once you buy it, you have access to everything. Like, leveling up does not give you new characters or new skills or anything like that. Leveling up just gives you new cosmetics, new colored costumes, new little tiny trinkets you can equip to your gun and stuff like that. I think my biggest problem is that, honestly, not to be rude,
baby,
these characters look so painfully generic. I mean,
let's see that again, chat. We've got to see that again. You may have missed it, right? You may have missed it, but just look at how creative they got with the free skins. These skins are some of the best skins money can buy. These skins are amazing. If these were in the cash shop that we're about to see, these would probably be like $49.99 each. These skins are the best skins you're ever gonna see, right?
Like that.
You got this blue skin with a metal shiny.
My biggest problem is that, honestly,
you got the blue skin with a brown shiny.
Not.
You got a blue skin with a purple shiny.
To be rude.
You got a blue skin with an orange shiny.
These characters.
Back to the purple shiny.
Look so painfully generic. I mean, I've watched Guardians of the Galaxy. I've read a lot of Marvel comics.
The cosmetics in this game, chef's kiss. 8 years for this? 8 years? 8 years and this is what you're giving me? Those bottoms that he's wearing right now, that's the digital deluxe edition. That's the digital deluxe edition bottoms, right? That's not the actual standard one. That's the one that you get for the digital deluxe. Come on. How much low effort can you actually put into a game?
And DC.
Edward, for now. It will come.
Comics and stuff. These look like those weird B-tier heroes that they introduce for a single issue just to kill them off. Like, a lot of these guys, I mean, everybody looks so generic. They're background characters to the real heroes having real fun. They have these weird cutscenes. Like, I guess you're supposed to, like, establish the world of it. There's like a weird map you can look at and stuff that gives you like different storyline about the.
See, this I actually thought was really cool, right? I actually gave the Firewalk credit. I know I called them Fire Sprite in my review. I missaid the name. But I think this is actually really damn cool. This is huge, by the way, hugely expansive. And you could go into it, you get some lore points, and it just gives you a bunch of information about the different systems and the different planets. And it's I was reading a few of them offline. It's really damn cool. Like, I appreciate the amount of effort that went into this aspect of the game. And honestly, I think most of the 8 years was spent on this lore tab.
Concord universe. I guess this is perhaps the most baffling part, is that that's clearly expensive. They clearly spent a ton of money actually animating this stuff that nobody's going to watch. I watched it because it's my job, but even I was tempted to hold the circle button and skip it because these characters' names, their faces, their background, none of this actually matters. It's a hero shooter. I'm here to be a hero and do some shooting. I am baffled by how undercooked this feels. It does not excite me. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm probably going to platinum it.
No way. You can't be that sad. No way. No way. He didn't just say that, chat. No. Why would you get a cheese grater and rub it across your face just for the sake of getting a goddamn platinum trophy? No.
Trophies are pretty dang easy. Most of the trophies are like, hey, go get 10 kills with every character, get 50 kills with every character, heal 500,000 damage. I'm probably going to platinum it just because this is going to be one of those rare platinums that nobody will have. I feel like this game's going to sell.
That means that the fact that you do have it, everyone is going to look at you as the only person that has platinumed it and laugh at you.
6 copies, and already it's me and my friends who have been playing it. My buddies and I have been playing it. Yesterday, one of my best friends bought it with me because he did enjoy the beta. The final version of the game feels sloppier. It runs worse. He actually sent me this gameplay warning, trigger warning. Look how terrible this runs. That's on a high-end PC. It has frame sticking. This.
Okay, I can tell you that I've ran this on my PC with a 3090 Ti. It does not do that. So I don't know what PC he's using or what he's got downloading in the background. I can tell you from my personal experience, that is not the case. In fact, any drop that I did have on PlayStation 5, I did not have on PC. So I don't know what he's doing here or what's going on here, but I did not experience this at all. So maybe he's running like a 1060, GTX or something and then thinks that's the next high-end graphics card.
This game may get good at one point. Part of the difficulty of reviewing live service games is that you guys, this video is forever. At some point in 6 months, 8 months, 5 years, maybe it'll suddenly be a good game and people bring up this video and go, oh, Dreamcast gang hated Concord. Well, look, as it currently exists on April, what the hell is it? August 21st, 2024, do not buy it. They're going to have to either fix this game or put it in PlayStation Plus or...
That was a good time to kill, right? He said time to kill was good. This is something else that I said in my thing, because someone in my chat yesterday turned around and said, well, Overwatch has had 10 years and whatnot to be the game it is. I don't care. I literally don't care. If you are bringing out a game to compete with the likes of Overwatch and other games like Paladins and stuff, I think Devastator just said they've re-released it with a different name, whatever it is, right? If you're bringing out a game that's supposed to compete with the other games in the genre, you need to release it feature complete to compete with them. On top of that, those games are free to play. You are putting a price tag on a game that's inferior, has nowhere near the amount of game modes, has characters that are completely forgettable. No one's playing it. And you want to release that and charge people in that state while also charging microtransactions? I'm sorry, it doesn't fly. That doesn't fly. Saying that, oh, we've just released it does not fly. You need to release it to compete with the other stuff. I never understand this logic where they turn around and say, oh, but we've just come out. They've had 10 years. So you've had all those years of experience to see that what they've done is right, where they started and where they got to. So if someone else releases another Fallout 76, they're going to start off with the state that it was released in at launch? No, you look at where they are now and say, right, this is actually in a really good place. That's where we should be aiming for, not where it launched. I never understand it. That is not an excuse. And it's good that he's not using it as an excuse either.
Or something, because as it currently exists, heck no. I'm not even trying to insult the developers.
Rick,
I'm just in this...
Rick, that wasn't me throwing shade. That wasn't me throwing shade.
But where I am frustrated that clearly people that understand good movement, good running, good graphics, good layout, I feel like the color palette, the way that these stages are constructed, there's a lot in this that is correct. The problem...
Did you see that, chat? Just look at how he's turning around. Right? Just watch how he's turning.
The way that these stages are constructed, there's a lot in this that is correct.
Did you see it? The stuttering? I'm not the only one seeing it, right? You are seeing the game stuttering. No.
The way that these stages are constructed, there's a lot in this that is correct. The problem is that...
How can the PS5 not handle this game? What sort of optimization does this game actually have? Like, what? This game isn't even demanding. There's nothing here that tells me. I mean, those textures on those walls are not blowing me away. It's not Microsoft Flight Simulator.
When I pull the trigger, I'm not having fun. And if you can't get that right, your game is dead. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. I mean, I guess it's not off the cuff. I have a big script in front of me, but I'm annoyed. What do you guys think about Concord?
I actually agree with a lot of what he said. A lot of what he said was valid points. You know, he didn't go as much into some of the stuff that I did, but he covered pretty much all the basic points that I did, and the game just isn't great. It's not in a good place. It's come out bare bones. Do you remember when Halo launched and people were like, oh, why do we have to have quick play? Why can't we have individual game modes? And so these guys come out, okay, we're going to do what Halo did, and hopefully we won't get shouted at. Like, why? You've already seen that that's not what your community wants. And then you've only got 2 game modes, Kill Confirmed and Team Deathmatch. Where's Rumble? Where's Capture the Flag? Where's all of these cool game modes? King of the Hill, whatever. They don't exist. He didn't rate the game, no. Or did he?
If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. I'm actually mad. Sometimes I'm kind of less like goofy and love to rant and rave, but I'm actually annoyed that I spent $60 for this. I paid for the early access edition, $60 for this out of my own pocket, and it's just bad. What the heck? Give me another Uncharted or something, not this.
Do you know what? I'm happy and I'm grateful to Sony that they gave me a review copy for this, because I would feel very, very, very... I would feel very ripped off if I paid money for this. This is a DCG win. Even more that he paid for it. Woodpit. So here is essentially it. The gunplay is actually really good, right? And that's because I think I gave this game a 5 or a 6 out of 10. And a lot of my waiting for the game went to the gunplay. I also, that lore aspect that he didn't like, which is, where is it? Where did he cover that? This part here, I really like this. I genuinely really liked it. It's subjective. It might not matter to a lot of people. To me, I appreciate the effort that went in there. I appreciate the lore in there and the information. I genuinely really like this. So the 2 areas that they did really well in is the gunplay, which I do not expect them to screw up because it is the original Crucible team from Destiny making this. And they have the best gunplay ever, right? And of course this, so I gave this pretty much like them combined, I gave pretty much almost a 4.5 between these 2. And then I gave a few bits here, maybe 1 point or half a point here for the other stuff. There's only 3 maps in the game, I believe. That's all I ever saw. I think I only saw 2, to be fair. But I'm remembering a 3rd one. The cosmetics in the game suck. They're so low effort, it's beyond belief. The character skills all seem like they've been ripped off from Bungie's Destiny. The maps feel like they've been ripped off from Bungie's Destiny. This would have been a great game mode for Destiny. But as a standalone game, it doesn't work. The character appeal is not there. None of the characters look good. They just don't. They're just cheap knockoffs of other franchises, and they try to make them, you know, as ESG as possible. And that just isn't working anymore. Like a lot of the graphical design for the characters just feel like a cheap checkbox exercise. Yep. We've met this, we've met this, we've met this. Thank you for that funding. None of the characters are memorable. None of the characters are exciting. And every time I played this, my question that I kept asking myself was, why am I playing this instead of Crucible? You have Haymar, which is basically a warlock. You have that Tio guy that's basically a Cade, a hunter. You have the Call of Duty guy, generic one. And then you've got all the other characters, like, I don't know. Heck Boogie, I would say, yeah. This is another Destruction All Stars. This is going to land and fail. I feel bad for Fire. Is this Fire Sprite? Whatever their name is, Firewalk. Because they're running very dangerous now to being shut down. They are running very, very dangerously to being shut down. Because 8 years to make this game, and then it flops and doesn't sell at all, they're gone. They're all gone. But you know what? They're the ones that wanted to get into bed with Sony, so it's partly their fault as well. But hey, at least Xbox missed the bullet with this one. I actually thought Concord was going to be a single-player game. When I saw it's revealed that it's a multiplayer hero shooter, I was definitely disappointed. I assume it was QA'd at least a bit. It's not that broken, but there is hit detection issues. Like I showed you when he was shooting that big guy point blank. You could see it was hitting him, and the bullets were just going straight through. There was no hit detection. Now, that could be due to frame generation, because like Wukong, I've heard, runs really bad with frame generation enabled, where it just starts chopping and stuff. Not great, because it drops so much. I thought it was going to be their answer to Starfield. I genuinely did, and I was excited to see what it would be. I mean, they had a dancing burger, for God's sake. Come on. But I don't want to see jobs lost. I don't want to see studios shut down. Not from any side. I know you're going to have the fanboys out there that will cheer that another studio has been shut down, but I don't want to see that. I absolutely don't want to see that. And it's a sad day when I see people cheering for studio closures and people getting done, whether they're on Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, I don't care. I just don't want to see studio closures. If they're fully deserved and the people don't care about the job that they're doing and half-ass it and then they wonder why they got laid off, that's fair enough. Austin, I'm looking at you. But everyone else, it's not good. Woodpit, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of effort that goes into making a game. And there's a lot of hours that go into working on a game. And it's just sad. It is sad. I mean, like I said, if a company does, if a studio deserves it, look, I don't know if you guys remember or if you know, but the actual what is it? When Redfall was in development, it was supposed to be a single player experience, right? And I think it may have had a co-op thing to it, but it wasn't supposed to be the multiplayer that it is right now. The ZeniMax CEO came along and said, right, you need to change in the game. We want this to be live service. Go. And so the team that was building it basically said, no, we don't want to do that. And they said, well, I don't care what you want to do. I'm telling you it needs to be live service. You're making it a live service. So then the team started putting in 20% effort, 15% effort, 30% effort. They started talking to media about saying how they don't care about the project. They don't want to put any effort into the project. They're half-arsing it. They're all demoralized and all this and all that. You're still being paid to do a job, right? And when the game bombs in the way it did and it released in the way it did, I am going to blame the developers for that because of what they said. And so if they lose their job at that point, you have to look in the mirror at that point and say, could I have prevented this from happening? Could I have released a game that actually worked if I put in 100% every day? Probably yes. So then it's my fault, and me losing my job is my fault. It's really that simple. Yeah, the heart wasn't in it, but you're still getting paid a salary to do a job. Whether it's in it or not, you still have to give your 100%. You know, one of the clients that we work with, I'm actually really opposed to their ethical practices. And I went to my bosses and I told them, I really am opposed to working on this project. At the time, we didn't have another project, so they told me, it's either this or we're going to have to let you go. We can't put you on another one because we don't have another big project to put you on. So I went back and did my job diligently, 100% all the time. I worked hard. And then another project 4 months later popped up and they said, right, we're putting you on that project. But if I did what the developers at Austin did, I'd have been fired, right? I'm still getting paid to do a job, no matter whether I like it or not, is irrelevant. If I feel strongly, I'll leave the company and go find another job. If it bothered me to that extent. So for those developers, I don't care. It may seem heartless, but I don't have the level of care that others are showing. And, you know, some people may say that's heartless. It's fine. I'll take that. But I just don't agree with it. I mean, I think, who was it? I think Cygnus was saying it. If Avowed is 30 FPS on Series X, come on, that's straight up embarrassing, man. Hellblade 2, I can forgive. Heck, Starfield with its volumetric lighting, I understand, but Avowed? Swear to God, if anyone defends this, I will laser you. I do like Gaz. I do. But he's right. Avowed should not be 30 FPS, and people should not be accepting 30 FPS at this point. There's no reason for that game to be 30 FPS. You are, Woodpit. You are. Man, so many people are pre-ordering the Xbox Series X Special Edition, the Galaxy one. Meanwhile, I just want the Halo Edition. But this is why I think Microsoft needs to come out and, you know, be a bit more strategic. What it's going to be like talking about Xbox games from now on. And if we just open this in a new tab, this is what they need to get ahead of, right? I think this is what they need to get ahead of. I don't know why my mouse is doing this. I need to get a new mouse. How was the PS5 shaping up? This is for the games that he was playing over at the Xbox booth. PS5 gets the best version of the game. Did they give you any indication when we can expect a PS5 version? I think this is for Avowed. Did you get to play the Xbox or PS5 version? Yeah, I will wait for the PS5 version. And this is the damage that they've caused for the console, for the brand. It's unfortunate. But they need to get ahead of that shit and they need to be more specific. Because that is not going to just disappear on its own. So sometimes I just don't get. No, but these are legit questions, and they're not trolling, right? There's no troll there. There's no troll there. These are legit questions that create an uncertainty. You're either in or out. Make a decision. Yeah, but the 12 terabyte isn't NVMe, is it? So you can't actually install games on there. The whole purpose of that is to install the games on it. But yeah. So you've got this over here. I don't know if this is even true. Avowed was only shown at 60 FPS and Xbox learns better after Redfall and Starfield. If so, we wait for 6 months to play at 60 FPS on Xbox Series X or what? I'm playing this on PC. And that's going to be the average sentiment. According to Lord Cognito and whatever that is, on latest episode of Defining Duke, Xbox's Avowed will be targeting 30 FPS on Series X. No one knows if it's true or not, but if they are, 6 months later it will magically get a 60 FPS mode. How do people feel about that? Yeah, Diablo, me too. The price is atrocious. How do people feel about that? Genuine question. I'm not looking for a troll or anything. Are you happy that it will potentially launch at 30 FPS? $60 FPS makes a huge difference. I mean, considering Starfield runs 60 FPS now on the Xbox Series S, is there really any excuse? Man, the more I hear about Avowed, the more I see people just aren't interested in Avowed. It looks like a good game. Why aren't people interested in Avowed?
Other thing that's happening.
What is wrong with Avowed? Why are people not interested in Avowed? All right, I got one last clip here. Let's check out because apparently everyone seems to be here having a massive debate. I'm curious to see what they say, and then we'll call it there. Blaze, you never know. It might be an amazing game. It's worth giving it a try. But my point is, I don't understand why they can release a game and it's 30 FPS at launch, and then 6 months later, it's 60 FPS. why. And that's a pattern now. It's not just a thing, it's a pattern. A 60 FPS patch is coming for Hellblade 2. If you think it's not, think again. It's coming. So if they can do it, why aren't they doing it for launch? Oh, I'm interested in those games as well, but those games are this year. Avowed is next year. I mean, we got a lot of games this year. You got those ones. You also got Space Marine. You got, the Starfield, if you even mentioned that. But, a lot of games. You got Towerborn as well, which looks great. But I'm talking about next year. Undercooked? Maybe. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. It almost feels like it's a strategic thing. It almost feels like Microsoft is deliberately doing it, pushing people to go to PC. I'm starting to actually genuinely believe that they're doing this so those people that actually do care about frame rate migrate to PC. Because that would cure so much of Microsoft's problems. They wouldn't have to care about what games will come to Xbox or what games are skipping Xbox. They won't have to hear anyone moaning about it because every game will be on Xbox, on their Xbox structured PC. Because it can run anything on there. It'll be a universal console. Wukong is UE5. That hits 60. While it does drop to crazy levels, it still does hit 60. No, Blaze, I totally get that. 100%. Without a shadow of doubt. Which is why I say console should always exist. And a next generation console is going to exist. And honestly, before I play this is one last thing I will say on the matter because we've talked about it to death. The next Xbox that's coming, you all should be paying close attention to, right? The next Xbox coming is going to be a very big eye-opener. If the next Xbox coming is a standalone console, as in a bona fide Xbox Series X2, Microsoft is still interested in the console. They want to pursue the console side of gaming. If they make it a hybrid, where it can now run PC games as well, you know that the transition away from console has now begun. Those are the two roads that are going to be available for everyone. That transition will be there. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be an Xbox Series X free. It's just going to be a mid-spec level PC that can run everything, and it'll have the whole UI of a console. You won't see Windows. All of that stuff will be handled under the hood. You'll probably see the same Xbox dashboard that you've come to love. All of that will remain the same. You personally will see nothing different. There'll be like an icon there with a Steam logo or an Epic logo, for example. You'll click on that. You'll go in and it'll have a search for you to search for your games. You click on it, and just like you install on your Xbox now, you will do exactly the same thing. It will install and you will play. You don't have to fiddle with the settings. All of that likely will be blocked out for you anyway, because it will just have the Series X2 spec, profile that they're building for, and that's it. There may be an option where you can go to advanced settings and then customize it yourself. But for the casual user, it will just have, Xbox Series X profile, done. So as a user, you will notice no difference whatsoever. But those are the two options. If it's a standalone console, at that point, 100%, that they want the console to succeed. They want the console to live on, and they are working hard to make that happen. If it's a hybrid, the transition has started to move people over to a PC platform with the new skin. Because we know that they're working on a new UI, right, for the handheld gaming, and they want to kind of push that over to the console gaming side of things to unify things, at least on a Windows platform. So that's my take on that. Anyway, let's hear what they have to say.
The other thing that's happening is PC is taking off. And, well, guess who owns that? That's Microsoft. It's not PlayStation. It's not Nintendo. It's Microsoft.
It's actually...
Okay. Can someone explain to me why people... I mean, I get Windows is there, but I've never understood that how Microsoft owns my graphics card, how Microsoft owns my motherboard, how Microsoft owns my RAM sticks, my PC case, outside of the operating system, which, I don't even pay for because it comes bundled with the OEM. What is it that Microsoft owns when people say that? That's always confused me. That's always, like, genuinely, it's always confused me. If anyone can actually answer that question, like, legitimately, without trolling or, tell me in layman terms, because I don't genuinely understand that concept. I don't. It's always confused me. But maybe because I'm just dumb. It's possible. It's possible, chat. I could just be stupid. Maybe my brain just can't comprehend. But I've just always been confused with that statement. Oh, I see a lot of PC gamers complaining. I actually find the PC elitist are way worse than console gamers. Way worse. Way worse. You turn around to an PlayStation guy and tell them, hey, if this was truly exclusive and you really wanted to play it, consider getting an Xbox. But I have to pay 500 quid. No, it's free. Okay, I'll take it. Then go to a PC guy. Hey, look. Alan Wake 2 is on Epic Games Store. The fuck you saying? Huh? You want me to download a 2 megabyte download file? You want me to download a 2 meg file? Don't make me come there. Don't make me come there now. That's pretty much the difference between the two sides. And that's a pretty much accurate representation.
Steam, but go ahead.
Talk about it.
Well, you presume that Steam is the end all be all.
I know for a fact who runs PC, and the damn sure ain't Microsoft.
Well, if you look at
who gets the most PC revenue,
Me too.
The question, like, will they do the?
Who makes the most PC revenue is by far Microsoft. You're
in
talking
gaming?
Are you talking about gaming? That's a different.
We're talking about gaming,
story.
bro. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing. We're not
But
talking
if you're
about
talking about gaming,
business. We're talking about gaming. This is a gaming.
Valve
show.
makes 7 to 8 a year. Xbox makes 22
on PC.
So I don't care where they make it. They make
no,
22.
but we talking about on PC. You said who run PC?
Well, who owns PC?
Raise your hand if y'all think that Microsoft runs PC gaming. Raise their hand. Can I get a show of hand?
They absolutely do. How do you make a game on PC?
That's the point I'm making.
I don't just think of gaming.
How do you make a game on PC? You use what? What do you use?
Windows.
You use what? Microsoft's
You can code
Visual
on
Studio?
Linux. You don't have to code on Visual Studio at all, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
You can do it on Eclipse. You can do all types of things. I mean, I hear you, but you're trying to mince it, right? The point is,
no, I'm trying to tell you where
revenue.
things are. I'm trying to tell you where things are. You want to believe that the world is over. Okay.
No, I don't want to believe shit.
The world is over.
I don't want the world's not over for me.
The world is not over.
Nothing's over about the world.
What are they talking about? What world? What are they talking about? The world is over? For fuck's sake. I fucking quit. I'm done. I'm fucking done. Oh my god. Oh man. Guys, the meteors are coming. Ragnarok is here. I can't hear that again.
Mince it, right? The point is
No, I'm trying to tell you where
revenue.
things are. I'm trying to tell you where things are. You want to believe that the world is over. Okay?
No, I don't want to believe.
Is he saying the world or the war? Man, next stream, I'm going to have to get some black stripes on my face. Come out with my, my dad's old army outfit. Get ready for war.
Believe the world is over.
I don't want the world's not over for
the world
me.
is not over.
Nothing's over about the world. We just talk about the
Definitely
situation
not
for the
over
console.
for Microsoft. They're gonna
Yeah, it's not
be
over for
making more
Microsoft
money
either.
than ever before.
Nobody here has.
But that's not helping them keep their exclusives. And that's all that matters, really.
Said Microsoft is dead. Nobody said that.
Right. This is just
Nobody. Microsoft is not dead. They're a $3 trillion company. Come on, people. They're a $3 trillion company that makes their money through all sorts of evil doings. Just like any other organization, by the way, not just Microsoft. Nvidia, Apple, they're all the same. None of them make their money via good means.
console fan base, right?
You also said that the console is dying. That they're not going to make another console.
The console could die with
Xbox will
Microsoft
live
and
on for
Xbox still living
centuries
on.
without the console.
What the fuck was this? Why? Why? What did I just listen to? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm blessed that I never get an invite. Maybe I'm blessed that I never get an invite. That's because your 11-year-old son is based. Heck, Boogie, I know. I'm sorry. I did not mean to do that to you. I am sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I did not. I genuinely thought that there was going to be a take in there. There was no take. That was just rough. Well, that is pretty much all I've got to say. If there's anything anyone wants to add, feel free, man. But otherwise, I am going to call it there because I think that last clip just lost my brain cells. But for the love of God, I really do hope that Avowed is not 30 FPS. I think that's just going to be really rough, man. And you know what? I'm just going to end with this. There you go. How about that? This game will run at 100p with 4 frames per second and does come with a warning label that it may self-destruct your Nintendo Switch. But at least it's there. What's that, Devin? I will bet you $10 it will be. Look, I don't want it to be. You can keep your money. Five FPS. Oh, come on, it's funny. It is funny, man. Come on. But yeah, I don't know. Either way, I think it's cool. But I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream today. Sorry I came on a little late. I appreciate everyone for being around, for the super chats. And yeah, I appreciate you all for the support. Those that made it to the end, thank you so much. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, the Gamescom final day. It starts at 2, ends at 5, so for those 3 hours. So we will be, I'll release a placeholder tonight so people can just click on it so they get a notification alert. So it'll probably be like half an hour after this stream closes. So for those that are looking into that, appreciated. But yeah, I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow during the Xbox presentation. But other than that, I'm out, man. It's 1 a.m. I need to get some Z's. I'm probably not going to get any Z's, but do you know what? I'm going to try. Peace out, folks, and I hope you've enjoyed the show. Take it easy. Avowed better be 60 FPS is all I'm saying. Or I'm going to do absolutely nothing about it. That's all I'm saying. It better be 60 FPS, or I promise you, I will do nothing about it. That's my word. It better be. It better be, Devin, or I won't do anything about it. I'm telling you. Peace out, folks. Remain legend. It better be. You ain't getting the final word in. It better be. Good night, bro.